stream is going to basically go over all kinds of tech of the game, because there is a lot of things in this game that go heavily overlooked by a lot of guides and tutorials and just overall interaction with people. And I want to try to go over like everything you can to get into running the game, because this game has a lot of fucked tech in it that I feel like people just don't really know is a thing. So let's kind of just jump into it. I'm also gonna say this is going to be mostly console. A lot of what you can do can still be done on the PC version. The PC version, though, is a very different build, so don't expect everything that you do in one version to work in the other. In console version, though, almost everything's going to work. I just want to make that clear. Not everything you do on console is going to work on PC. So I'm trying to think what I should probably go over first. I didn't really make a list of things. I kind of just want to run through and see what I can discuss. I'm not going to go through all 4 teams and order the stages. I'm just going to jump from stage to stage. But I think since we're in Seaside Hill, I think the first thing I can talk about is what I like to call wall bumping. So there's some places in the game where collision is kind of like slanted, mostly on walls, and it lets you do things like this where you can gotta go up in the air like that. This is also a thing on PC. In fact, it's a lot more exaggerated on PC because you can get even higher on a lot more things that console doesn't really do. When you do this, the easiest way to get like air on something is you want to get as much speed as you can. And then when you do that, you want to be at least in jump ball form on that slanted part. So for instance, I'm going to try to get a Rocket Accel here. It's not easy to do here. It's kind of a small area. You can see how much speed height you get from that. The more speed you get from horizontal, it carries over to vertically, which is how you're going to get that height. Which is how you can do things like this, where you can get up here. This isn't used very frequently in many parts of the game, but it is very nice to know how to get these whenever you want to do it. And don't expect it to work every time, because getting certain areas is very much easier said than done. And doing this skip, by the way, I should also point out another thing, and formation changes. So when you're going to be Sonic or the Speed character a lot in this game, because obviously you can do Rocket Accels and kicks and stuff. But when you want to switch to flight, you don't want to just go straight to hitting the Y button, because when you do that, sometimes your power character, which is necessary, by the way, to have on you, is going to lock on to you, which is the Speed character at first, and then it's going to make you lose your speed. Let me try to do an example. It's not easy to do. It's usually a lot more apparent when you're doing Chaotix or Bros, but when you switch to flight, you want to do it by just tapping the X button twice. Because if you just switch straight to power, if you just switch straight to flight, there's a chance that the power character is just going to lock you, and you're going to lose all your speed. This is not a good area to show that off. But you get what I mean. So, when doing that... Come on. Now I'm just playing like ass. So when you do that, you'll be able to get a lot higher areas. And it's usually useful when you want to get hires like this. Like I said, it can work a lot for Sonic, but for other teams, it's very risky. And now, since we're in this area, I want to talk about another thing when it comes to being in flight mode, and that's these dash rings. So when you're in a dash ring, you just go into it, it's like that. You descend pretty slow. You don't always really want to go slow like that. But there's a thing with these. If you Thundershoot into it, you can actually reset your flight mode whilst descending. like this. And it lets you keep flight. It lets you get a lot more distance with it. This can be useful in a lot of areas where you just want to skip chunks where you don't want to fall down. And a thing with that is, you want to do it while Tails is doing his animation when he kicks Sonic. Because if you're doing it too early or too late, it's not going to work. So you want to do it mid-animation. You kind of need to know the precise distance of where you are from the dash hoop to actually get it to register. But once you get used to it, really, you can start doing this very consistently. And it's very useful for a lot of things. And the next thing I want to go over is light dash excelling. So when it comes to rings in this game and light dashing, you can switch to the power character, and you can actually get a bit more extra speed when you do that. And an easy example for me is actually the very beginning of the stage at Seaside Hill here. This works for both Sonic and Shadow, but it's a lot more consistent with Sonic, I would say. Easiest way to try to get it, because it usually depends on how close the rings are to the ground level. So don't expect a light dash excel on every trail of rings. It's not going to be that easy. But easiest way to get it for me is either two ways. Either just jump. Now that I'm in the light dash form, you want to hit X to switch to Knuckles. And you actually keep your speed whilst having that extra speed from the light dash. Because when you're in a light dash mode, you actually do go a little bit faster than your regular running speed. And when you switch to Knuckles, you can keep that speed, because once you get to the last ring as Sonic, you just lose all your speed, like this. Like, you just halt. But when you switch to Knuckles or Omega, you actually consist that speed to keep going at that level. It's not always going to be good to go for these. In fact, it can be very risky, especially if the light dash doesn't want to work. But when there's some areas where it's a good chance you'll be able to get it, it's very useful. There are some areas in this game where it's like pretty much 100% consistent that you're going to get that speed, as long as you can actually switch over to power fast enough. That is a very important factor in it. Now the next thing I want to go over, actually, you know what, I can go over this too. So we love springs, right? Springs are the best things in Sonic games. They always work. Sometimes you can do extra actions when you go into them. Specifically with the speed character is one of the more consistent ones. If you want to actually get some more speed, because you notice how when you go into a spring, you actually kind of stay in your position where you are. You can actually surpass that if you're quick enough. If you press the action button right as you hit the spring, as I'm trying to do, this isn't very easy, by the way. This is actually one of the tougher things you can do. You can actually get, you can actually surpass the lock trigger that locks you, and you can actually get more distance while doing it. Now, it's kind of not necessary. It's kind of a very niche, technical thing you can do in the game, but there are some areas where it can be very beneficial. There are also some times where if you do it, depending on the spring, you can also kind of like register a kick rather than like that, where you don't really go into ball form. You can actually get the distance with the spring if it's just one that goes directly upwards. If it's a slanted spring, like the ones down here, you can actually kind of, let me see if I can do this. This isn't very easy to do, and it's also not something you want to do, so I just want to show an example. Come on. That was too early. I get this all the time in my super hard mode speedruns, and I can't get it here. Like that. If you do it on a slanted spring, you're just gonna go flying like that. Like I said, this is something that's like, it can be nice if you can actually get it on the right ones. Do not try going for it on every single one. That is not something you want to do. Now, there are some miscellaneous skips, kind of like this one, where you can skip over the loops by just running to the left. Now, when you get to this point, just hold up left. Look at my joystick on the bottom left of the screen. You see how I'm holding the up left? When I unpause, I'm gonna immediately just tap A once. Okay, I had a feeling it was gonna happen. I was way too far up on the loop. You want to try to jump between maybe up to here and up to here, because if you do it too late, you're gonna die like that. Now let me try to get back over there. I wanted to do this with 99 lives just so I didn't have to keep resetting the stage, but it's whatever. So let me get a minute to get over there. Also, if you guys ever have any questions or anything you need to know about certain tech I'm doing, or you just want to see or have me explain what specific tech you want to see, feel free to ask it all. I'm willing to answer any kind of questions you need. Rocket Accel kick jumps. Do you mean like that? Is that what you're referring to? Or do you just mean getting a jump after a Rocket Accel? When you Rocket Accel to gain speed and then kick off a ledge? Oh, those. Where's a good area to show that off? Kind of any flat area. In fact, I'll come back to here later. Let me go find an area to do that in. Let me specifically show that off with Team Dark, because Team Dark can be very finicky with Rocket Accels because Omega has a fat ass and does not like doing it sometimes. So let me show that off for Team Dark, because I kind of want to explain in depth how Rocket Accels act the way they do and how to avoid what not to do. Because people think you can just mash or hold the B button and you're going to always get a Rocket Accel. That is not the case at all. You need to have your teammates on your ass whenever you want to get a Rocket Accel. I knew that was going to happen. I'm going to talk about rails later. We have a lot to talk about with rails and the things you don't want to do with them, because we all know how great rails are in this game. But I'm going to go over that later. I'm going to go over that for like 10 minutes straight probably, because there's a lot to discuss with them. Like, the reason as to why you just mash between Omega and Shadow the whole time. Why you do it specifically on boost pads, etc. What is happening outside right now? I just hear a bunch of stomping. Anyways, so Rocket Accel jumps. They can be your best friend if you know how to do it right. Let me just get rid of these enemies first. So all you gotta do, this is actually an important thing you want to look at my input display for. You want to make sure, let me go over how Rocket Accels work first, because that is going to be a very important factor here. When you want to get a Rocket Accel, you want to spin around in a circle at least once or twice. That will pretty much always make sure your teammates are going to be on you. It's not going to always work though, because the character, your teammate AI likes to be sometimes the worst team ever. Specifically Omega, but it's not really his fault. But to get proper Rocket Accels, you just want to at least try to spin in a circle a bit like this. Maybe it might take 2 turns, maybe it might take 3, it becomes a mental thing eventually. But when you do it, when you get them just locked onto you like this, you're gonna hit B, what is it, twice? 3 times. And when you do it, you want to make sure that last B press is not very close to the edge. Because if you do that, you're just going to roll off the edge like so. So what you want to do is, you'll do it from a set distance, because you need that air time, or that ground time, to actually get the kick out. For Team Sonic, it can be right on the edge sometimes, but it's incredibly risky to do, and I don't advise doing it like that. And now, another thing with Rocket Accels is, there's 2 tiers of it. There's a regular Rocket Accel and a double Rocket Accel. When you want to get a double Rocket Accel, you're going to need both the teammates on with you. Because you can get one like this, and that's just with Rouge. I mean, and that was just with Omega. They're very small ones. You don't get much speed out of them, but the double Rocket Accels, you will get a lot of speed from. Like that, you can very much tell it's a double Rocket Accel. But when you do a single Rocket Accel, it's just going to be with one. You can sometimes still get single ones, even if you have both your teammates on you and when you double tap B, but it's not always going to happen. It's kind of consistent, though, to get double Rocket Accels when you have your teammates on you the whole time. At least for Sonic. For Omega, he could still sometimes be a bitch. You kind of just gotta deal with it. There are ways around it, but it can be... You gotta know Omega's, like, hitbox enough to actually get it right. That's the thing about it. Don't change the stick direction as you take off for these. It makes it much more reliable. Yes. A big thing with this game is wiggling. So, people try to, like, maneuver themselves by wiggling a lot in this game. You want to go as consistently straight as possible. In fact, not even just going directly forward. Like, quite literally going vertically on where the camera is. Because we actually learned this when making the tasks, that if you're going in a straight line, even with the camera not directly behind you, you will actually get less speed. The best way to get speed is by going directly vertically, or directly like parallel with the camera. Because you won't always get the max speed by doing that. I don't quite know the technicalities as to why that is a factor, but that is actually something that is very much overlooked. It's very niche. In fact, I don't really think that's ever necessary for any skip in this game, but it is something to think about. So, should we just go over rails since we're here? I think I'm just gonna go over rails now, but let me do it as Team Sonic. Rails in this game are some of the most notorious things in the game for a lot of people, and honestly, it's for good reason. They can be incredibly finicky, but depending on the section you're in the levels, you can pretty much always get exactly what you want every time. You just need to know the exact positioning on where it is. So let me go over getting a lot of speed on rails. You've probably seen this in speedruns to people who don't run the game, but when people get a lot of speed on rails in this, they just hold B. Don't mash, by the way. You see that icon on the top right that says the B button to mash it? There is not one thing in this game where you are going to ever need to actually mash the B button. Nothing in this game requires you to mash it. Not when you're on the special stage, not when you're like the power character or something, not when you're on a rail, nothing. I really hate that the icon gives people the misconception for that, by the way. It is the worst thing. Anyways, when you want to get speed on these, you're just going to hold B, and you're going to switch to power, and Sonic, and power, and speed, and power, and speed, and speed, and power. You just keep doing it forever. Like, not forever, actually. There is a cap of when you get that speed. And you'll know the speed eventually. Depending on the incline you're on, or the rail you're on, you can pretty much get the max speed you can until you hit a boost pad. And speaking of these boosters, you can get even more speed from them by doing a rail switch on the booster. But there is a factor with that. If you do it at the wrong time, you're just going to phase through the booster, because the reason it works for the power and speed is because what you're doing is you're pushing the hitbox between the two teammates like over each other, and that just keeps making you go faster and faster with the rail. That's how the speed works on the rails. And which is why if you try to do the formation change at the wrong time on the boosters, you're just going to clip right through it. You kind of need to have a certain amount of speed for that to even happen, but it is a very important thing. And there's also another thing I want to go over with this section. You can get the flight to reset. You can get the flight to reset your vertical speed by switching at the right time. You know how I said earlier that you can get your flight to stop you whenever you're trying to, what's it called? When you're trying to switch over to flight? The same factor can happen when you hit a spring. And I'm going to show that later in Hidden Castle as well. You can actually get the flight character to stop midway, as you saw earlier. It's not easy to do, mind you. And you can get it around here. And what that happens is you can just go up and you can just go right forward and you'll be able to skip like, I think it's like a quarter second, half second. Little times, but it is nice to get when you can, and you don't actually lose much time, if any, if you miss it. What happens if you switch character from speed to flying? Nothing. Like, you can technically get speed out of it, but that's just because the speed character is resetting their grind animation. Like, flight gives you nothing. In fact, all it does is hurt you. Like, you do not get much anything out of it. Going into power is objectively the best way for it. And another thing when it comes to this game is you gotta be careful of ledges. Like, that's just how they can be. And a thing with that is there can be times where you can just slide off even though you didn't actually trip. The easiest factor for doing that is you're rolling, or you're kicking, or you're going like a bit center like this onto it. You won't always get the trip animation and you'll fall. You really want to make sure you're not just like doing this with the sides. It's incredibly risky. Punching with knuckles, yes. That is one of the biggest ones, especially for Team Dark, because this happens to happen to, like, let me just say this. Has this ever happened to you? Knuckles. What the heck, man? Power can be very scary near ledges. Honestly, try to avoid being near ledges with power at, like, whenever you can, because you are going to die, probably. If you want to make sure you don't die, just fire dunk. And if you got enemies with shields or something, what I would advise doing is, when it comes to enemies in this game, it locks on to whatever the joystick is currently at. Like, see how he's not punching the enemy? But if you do this, hold the bottom left, he's gonna lock onto it. People don't really realize that that is a big factor. And while it doesn't always want to work, because sometimes your power character won't like to lock on anyway, if you have your joystick like set to wherever the enemy is, there is a much higher chance you'll actually hit it. Also, as you can see there, I just did the speed strat again for the spring. Did I just have loop speed? That was weird. Anyways. Did you talk about holding stick neutral and punch so you don't fly everywhere? I did not, actually. That is a good point. So, let me show you an example. Let me start from here, okay? Gonna hold up here. He's gonna punch once. We barely went anywhere, okay? Now let's try punching while holding up. You can see you're getting more distance from it. You want to just neutral stick for a lot of punches. And another thing with that, on top of that, to get better punches without constantly hearing the funny shit rock yeah, you gotta mash faster than normally. Because if you're just doing B, 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 you're just gonna keep doing that and you're probably gonna fall off. To make sure you don't fall off, you wanna mash a lot quicker. It's actually a lot safer. You do more damage while having to deal with less movement. It's a big double win for both of you. That is the mostly useful for the egg hammer robots, which I'm going to show off real quick. One scary enemy for a lot of people, if they choose to ever decide to fight it, is the egg hammer, actually, at the beginning of Lost Jungle for Team Dark. Because you got that little small room with this big robot, and you got Omega, who likes to go extremely far for each punch. Because Omega, his punches are a little different to to Knuckles in the sense that he actually gets more distance out of it. And when it comes to moving when you punch, he kind of just goes all over the place. When it comes to Omega, you really want to just neutral stick half the time. But with that said, make sure that if Omega does start to, because he's not always going to lock onto the enemy, because of course you're neutral sticking. If something like this happens, just simply turn around. Don't try to keep punching, just simply turn around, because if you just keep punching, chances are you're just going to fall, and you're just going to die, and you're going to be really mad. So there's another little thing here. These fruits in Lost Jungle, they actually have an interesting factor. You can actually use them to bounce, like that. I'm just showing this off here just because I'm here for right now. But at the beginning of Lost Jungle for Team Dark, you can actually skip having to even defeat the enemy by just jumping on it. It resets your flight, and you actually get a bit more height. And now the game does not want to do it for me. There's also one big factor that a lot of people also overlook. You want to make sure when you want to get somewhere high as a team that you have all your teammates on you, because you're not going to get the same height where if you jump at the max height with all the three teammates, where if you just jump once, if you have no teammate, that height actually does make a big difference. I notice a lot of people don't really have that into consideration, and they'll just like miss certain things just because they simply don't have the distance for it. And you really want to actually take that in consideration. And there is another thing I want to talk about here, and I actually should have mentioned earlier, and it's flight jumping. So when you're in flight mode, you actually can reset your flight while getting the little jump like this. The way to get that is you have to press the jump button the frame you touch the ground. Don't be surprised if you're just not getting it after like 4 tries or 5 tries. It can be really finicky, and it is based off timing since it is a 1-frame trick. But it can be a lot more consistent if you just have to know the timing. That's all I can say. And like, you can't always get it. In fact, I literally choked a world record just because of that before. It's gonna happen. Now, there are some places where it can be very consistent. Like what? Objects. When it comes to objects, if there's something that you can stand on that is different between each enemy layout, that chances are that's an object. Like this. If it's interactable, it's probably going to give you a much better window to get the flight jump. I don't really get why this is a factor, but a lot of objects give you a lot better frame window for getting flight jumps. It could be on cages, it could be on weights. Usually the cages are the best ones for them because chances are cages have springs in them, which is what's going to make you go where you need to go. And those are probably the best ones to get flight jumps with. Don't try doing it on the ground if there's a cage there and you need to go up. It's just not going to be worth it. Flight Accel jumping has a bigger frame window when done off objects. Yep. Yeah, the one in Frog Force is easy for that reason, because that's just how they are. Now, with what I've shown, when how I've explained everything between double Rocket Accel and switching to power before flight, things like this can be a lot easier if you do those methods. So if you do a double Rocket Accel, switch to Omega, and then flight, if you jump at the right time with Rouge, and then you go into flight mode to go into another thing, make sure you're on the peak of your jump before you go into flight mode, because that is a very obvious no shit thing, but I feel like not everybody realizes that is a very important thing, because people don't really know when the max height is for a character. And it's usually a pretty large window. Like right now I'm on the peak of the jump. Look how much time you get. There is a large window there where you can do it. So once again here, like this, when you're on a small platform like this, like I said, you're just going to hold B, spin around twice or so, and then just triple tap B. Sometimes it's going to be better if you neutral stick when you want to get a Rocket Accel jump. It can actually benefit you a lot more than you think. And now I want to talk about loops. Loops in this game can be very weird, as you'd probably expect. A lot of loops in this game have auto speed triggers, kind of like what SE1 and 2 have, where if you get to that point, it's sometimes going to lock your movement, or, depending on the loop you're at, you'll actually store that loop speed up until you touch the ground again, which can kill you a lot. You'll usually know if you're getting it if your teammates stop having their aura around them, because you know how they have the pink, orange, and purple for Team Dark? If you see that it vanished, you're gonna want to have to just jump again, or specifically go in flight like this, because you're gonna end up going flying like this. So just go into flight mode. You're just gonna want to immediately go into flight mode. And remember what I said about how springs, if you like roll into them, you can actually get more distance out of it. Technically, dash pads have that same factor, but you don't get any speed. In fact, all it does is just lock your movement, unlike the spring itself. And you'll just fucking die. So, you're gonna want to really avoid that. So when it comes to sections like this, you're not going to always need to get a double Rocket Accel, because if you're not confident with your double Rocket Accels, an easier backup, depending on the area, is simply by just doing this. Just switch to speed, and then do the power flight method, and just get the distance that way. You're not going to want to always go for Rocket Accel jumps. They're not always going to want to work for you, especially with Team Dark, like I've said. And one small thing that the game doesn't outright tell you is that level 3 speed can do a lot of things without having to use the tornado. Like for level 3 dark or level 3 speed characters, you can literally just homing attack or air dash onto flowers and poles, and they'll register like you would expect them to. The same factor can be said for enemies, where, like, for, let's say, an egg pawn or enemy with a shield, you can make them go into the sky, or you can make them destroy the shield without having to actually tornado. Tornado in this game is just not really worth using half the time, because of the fact that Rocket Accels can do a lot of what they do, and when you're level 3, you have no need for them at all anymore. So try to get level 3 speed depending on the stage, just so you can avoid certain things. Also, yeah, there is a thing with tornadoes where you do get extra air. Thank you for reminding me, Freefall. When you go into tornado, keep holding A as you're in the tornado, because when you do, you'll get extra hover frames. If you've probably heard of hover frames, if you've done SE1 or 2 speedruns, they are still a factor in this game. Like that, for instance. You know how with hover frames, it relies on your jumps? Like, this, that's still hover frames. And, of course, like before, jumping resets those frames. So if you're wanting to do specific types of hover frames like this, if you pause here, hold A now, and then you fall off, you'll take less time to fall. The same factor can be done with tornadoes, but the difference is you'll always have those hover frames every time. Mostly, anyway. If you homing attack, if you do a jump, do a tornado, and then attack an enemy, you're still going to reset your hover frames that way, like this. But it's also going to vary based on how you attack them. It's kind of weird to explain, but hover frames in this game can matter pretty big on certain sections. Sorry, I just thought I heard somebody out there. So that's basically what I wanted to go with hovers. I'm probably going to go more in depth with hover frames later, but that's just a quick description of how they work. So the technical term for when you sort of hang on the air is a little bit, yeah, that's called hovering. We use it for SA1 and 2, and we also use it for heroes. So next I'm going to talk about Team Rose and Team Chaotix for a minute, because I haven't actually talked about them much yet. They have their own unique sets of tech. Specifically Rose. Rose has a lot of unique movement that you don't really see in any other team, not even really Chaotix. And one easy thing for it is Bellyflop excelling. This can also be done with Chaotix, but there's two factors in how you can do it. Either you belly flop and switch to power form or to speed form as you're descending, like this, or when you're at this point of your a belly flop, this is a little too late, of course, but when you are in this form, you're just gonna tap A. Oh, I actually got it. And he'll reset, and he'll cancel his belly flop and transfer that into a triangle dive move, which is him using his umbrella. And you can get it like that. Technically, the faster method is by going into speed. But depending on the section, maybe you don't want to have speed for it. So it's going to be easier to do that. So when it comes to Rocket Accel jumps for Rose and Chaotix, they can be finicky. Because you have to deal with Big's hitbox or Vector's hitbox, and theirs act a little bit differently than Knuckles and Omega. Now the thing with Amy and Vector is, instead of them having a kick, Amy has a hammer twirl, or she has a or SBO has his ninja star throw. They can act a little bit funky, but the thing with Amy is that her hammer twirl can give you a lot more distance than a regular kick would. The reason for that is because she has a hammer twirl jump accel. Depending on the area you're going to do them in, getting the actual hammer twirl won't always be very easy. In fact, this used to be a very big reset point for me. So now that I've gotten the kick accel like that, when you hold A like this, Amy is going to spin in a hammer like this. If you tap B whilst still holding A after the hammer twirl, she'll do a spin hammer, and then she'll keep getting even more distance. That is probably the farthest distance a speed character can get by themselves. That's also a factor, by the way. Actually forgot this is a thing. You can actually spin into an enemy. You can get height from it. It's a very miscellaneous tech thing that is in the game, but that is a thing that can happen, where if you get a hammer twirl, you actually get height out of it. You're never going to use that in the run. There's no place that's beneficial, but that is something you can do. But yeah, Amy's hammer twirl can be very useful. You can cancel out of it early by just hitting B, but the issue with that is she loses any kind of horizontal speed she has. Kind of like when you switch out of speed into flight. But it's a really useful factor if you need to get certain distances and for some reason you just aren't able to use flight for it, or you need to get more speed with the speed character, but flight won't be able to do it by just flying. Easiest factor I can say for speed for Team Rose is going into a Bellyflop accel into Amy, doing a Rocket Accel, and then probably either going into a hammer twirl or going into flight mode depending on where you are. That's usually the easiest way to get as much speed and distance as you can for team rows. And of course, like I said before, getting the right timing is incredibly finicky depending on where you are for certain skips. Because when you have a small platform like this, you're not going to be able to always get the perfect placement for your Rocket Accel jump. And also, speaking of platforms, you know how I said earlier that objects are easier to get flight jumps in, or flight Accel jumps? While this is true, there are certain factors where Rose and Chaotix can't do. Like what? Bellyflop excelling. You kind of just flomp onto it and nothing really happens. This is actually considered an object rather than any kind of geometry, because you know how this isn't here for any other team? Yeah. The only things that don't really count as objects is terrain, like sand, or these things, or grass. The normal ones, you get that. But things like these, you can't do any kind of power Accel jump, or power Bellyflop excelling onto them. So definitely note that, which is why we don't do it to get over to these sections, because it would be a lot safer, of course, than having to deal with the Rocket Accel jump. There are backups where you can just do this and stuff, but you're not going to get much speed out of it, and you're going a lot slower. Something else I overlooked with flight that I haven't talked about yet is getting extended distance. And by that, I mean getting a little bit more. Sometimes when you're at a certain point, let me show an example. Let's say you want to get to this platform. You could see I'm not going to make it in time. There's like no gauge left. This is where getting a last resort flight, I would like to call it, is going to be a factor. If you tap A right as the gauge fully ends, which is actually a little bit more than the set of pixels you see in that section, you can actually get an extra jump as if you're doing this, even when you're on your max height for flight, like this. That was very minuscule, but that is indeed more height than what I was usually getting. Like that. Those can be kind of scary, and you don't always get the height you want. I'm going to show that as an example in Hink Castle for Team Sonic. Because one section at the beginning of the stage, you want to try to get up there, but you won't always make it. I find this one specifically can be really stupid, because I feel I never actually get the jump whenever I need it most, but every other area in the game I tend to always get it. But when it comes to this one, this is an easy example of where it would be used. So let me just get over there. I'm also going to explain objects in each stage later on. Like, I talked about certain things in Rails. I'm going to talk about physics, pinball physics later. Each area has its own unique set of objects, and I'm going to talk about what you can do for each one.
We're back to normal now. Yeah, leave it to me. Let's go. Here we go.
I'm also going to talk about door clipping probably after this, because this section is a good area to talk about it. So, up here, you want to get all the way up there. Obviously, it ain't that easy. You can't just jump up there. I don't know why I didn't go flight there. Obviously, you can't just do that. So you can do a spin dash, double Rocket Accel, or a regular Rocket Accel, and you'll get up to here. Sometimes you won't make it all the way to the top. So what you got to do is you have to pretty much hope that you can make it up there with that extra jump, like that. For some reason, it's just my luck, I know. But I always feel like whenever I need it here, I never seem to get it. That is not a game issue, that is purely a skill issue. Haha, skill issue joke. And that's one other thing. Another thing I want to talk about is gliding. Gliding can be kind of useful because depending on where you use it, you can actually get a lot of distance and speed while still descending at a slower pace, so you can get extra distance like this. It's also very useful because even though you're power and you're kind of just falling forever, fire dunking can sometimes give you some extra distance. It's kind of hard to notice unless you're on like Frog Forest, but it's a nice thing to know that it is technically there as a backup. Don't use it as something required for fire dunking. But you can get things like this. And sometimes you want to fire dunk like this, just so you can get that extra speed. Don't have your teammates immediately with you every time. Don't try to wait for them to actually do a fire dunk, because you won't always get it, and you can just get air fire dunks where you're not really firing anything, and you can actually get extra speed or extra distance because of that. And another small thing is enemies with shields. Don't Rocket Accel directly into the enemy, because the hitbox for it is a lot bigger than you think. Like that. Like, I was not even really near the enemy, but the Rocket Accel destroyed the shield for me. So just take note of things like that. And now I want to talk about door clipping. Doors in this game can vary their hitbox depending on the area you're in. So let me go through each tier. The easiest ones, I say for me anyway, are Hang Castle's doors. They always seem to want to work whenever you try to get them to work. Actually, no, not even Hang Castle. Bingo Highway's doors. Those ones can be easy because of the fact it has one method of clipping through them, which I'll get to in a minute. And the second one would be Hang Castle's doors. Next one I would say is Mystic Mansions, because they have different doors. Mystic Mansions are the orange doors. Next doors I'd say would be Bullet Station. Then it would be probably Grand Metro. They are one of the toughest doors in the game, but unfortunately that honor goes to Final Egg and Egg Fleet. Egg Fleet and Final Egg doors, people don't even know you can clip through them. You can actually clip through those giant ass doors at the beginning of like Egg Fleet and the ones in Final Fortress, but they are not easy to do. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're only done in tasks. So let me get there for a second. Ocean Palace doors can be clipped through, but I don't really like to count those doors because of the fact that you can just break them as knuckles. Yeah, these doors can actually be clipped through. It's kind of weird. I don't know why I went for that enemy. Actually, I'm not going to bother showing off those doors. They're not even worth showing off how to clip through them. In fact, I wouldn't even be able to do it. But let me show an example for easier doors. Let me do Casino Park. Casino Park and Bingo Highway technically have two different types of doors. Actually, both of them are in Bingo Highway, but I'm just going to show the ones at Casino Park off first. They are also a tier a bit above that are easy to clip, but they're still not one of the easiest ones.
This entire city is like a giant casino.
The buildings and roads are all part of a pinball.
Also, don't worry, we are going to go over pinball physics a lot later. There's a lot to talk about with pinball physics.
Hey, there they are.
So don't worry, we'll definitely get to that when we can. So, doors. There's two different ways you can clip through them. One of them is by switching to flight at the right timing after a Rocket Accel. Another method, depending on the door it is and how thin the door is, because they all have their own unique amount of of their thickness and hitbox. I know that's funny phrasing. Is what you would do is you would jump, homing attack or air dash and then start rolling. You want to do a double B tap, basically. Actually, no, it's a triple B. I don't know why I said double. Because what you do is you, what is it? You do that. You start rolling. You let go of B. It's kind of weird to do in the small area. You do the Rocket Accel, and then you start rolling again. If you play SA2, it's kind of like doing storage for a spin dash for Sonic or Shadow, where you're just trying to charge up another spin dash. That's basically how rolling is in this game for clipping through doors. Not every door is going to work. The easiest ones to do that method are Bingo Highways, so let me go over there real quick. Bingo Highways tube doors are the easiest doors in the game to clip through. You can do it with the flight method still, but the funny thing is, I actually feel it's harder doing it in that method than as rolling through them. They do vary based off hitbox, like I said, so some doors you can just roll right through. Most doors, though, you're probably going to want to do the flight strat, just because it's an easier method for a lot of people. It varies on person. I should mind you that. I should mind that. Each door clip can vary based off person. So just note that. But for these doors, you don't even need to do the air dash strat. You can literally just double rocket Accel and roll into it. Like that. These are the easiest doors to clip through in the game. I'm going to try to go through each door clip just to make sure each one is easy. But these are the easiest ones. It is still best to try to do the air dash strat to get the door clip, which is why you don't really see me getting it very often here. So you would just do this and that. Bingo Highway doors for Team Rose, you clip through, but instead of rolling, she does the hammer spin. Yeah, I can see that. It usually has to do with Amy's hitbox with the door, which makes her twirl sometimes. That can also be a factor for it. But it can also be a factor, of course, of just rolling too many times, like Freefall said. So next, let me show off the doors after that. Bullet Station. Bullet Station doors kind of vary, honestly, in my opinion, depending on which door it is in the stage. Some are very easy. Some of them can be like ruthless. Okay. And also in this stage, I'm going to talk about how you do the flight method for clipping. Because I'm going to try to explain it as easy as I can. Because it is kind of based off timing and depending on where you are in the level. Or depending on where you are near the door, I should say. So let me get over near the door down here, or up here. I'm probably going to go over the whole stage for some stages like Bullet Station, because a lot of stages do need a lot of input on how to do certain things. I'm not going to do this door because the switches make it kind of hard to explain what I'm doing, considering you need to do a Rocket Accel for it. Oh wait, hold on. Don't want to do that. I don't want to break the door. Alright, so doing door clips with flight you gotta get a double Rocket Accel pretty much every time. You're not gonna get it if you don't do that. So like I said, do a little bit of roll. Sometimes your power character or flight character might run away. Just keep holding B, and then just get the double Rocket Accel. So, for a door like this is actually a really good place to show off because there is a good visual cue I can show off for this one. You see this little indent on the floor here? This is pretty much the distance you want to be before you switch to flight. You see? If you switch to flight right on that little indent, you're pretty much always going to get the clip. Sometimes you're going to have to do it blind like this, like, you know, I'm just showing it off like this, so it's kind of hard to get the other way. But you want it to be that distance away from the door, pretty much for almost all doors, I want to say. It can vary the distance based off the hitbox, like I said, but most of them are pretty much always going to be in this, like, distance between the door. Technically, this case can also be said about rolling, but I feel like that's going to also vary, but a lot worse where you don't want to even bother doing it. Like, rolling is a really weird factor on some doors. It can work for almost all, or a lot of them every time, and then there's some where you're just never going to get it. Another thing with rolling, you have to have a lot of speed before you go into the double Rocket Accel roll because you need even more speed because of that. I don't even know if you can actually clip through this one with a roll. Also, a thing with Rocket Accels, or with air dashing, to get your teammates to stay with you, you gotta neutral stick when you're in the air and before you air dash, because if you don't, sometimes your teammates don't like to follow you. This is something people really don't notice, and they wonder why they're not getting the Rocket Accel out of it. You gotta neutral stick. You just gotta, because sometimes if you don't, sometimes your teammates aren't jumping with you. Nice. Or they just aren't locking on with you. This is another thing that eventually becomes a mental thing, but definitely know that you have to neutral stick before you do it, because if you don't neutral stick and you just keep holding up, your teammates might not actually go into their aura ball form like this. So definitely know or remember that if you don't neutral stick, chances are your teammates are not going to let you get the skip. So that's that. So another thing I want to talk about in this stage while we're here is cannons. Cannons, you want to basically get out of the cannon while still having flight mode, because when you're in speed or you're in power, Knuckles, are you okay? When you're in speed or power, you kind of just like wheel around because you want to land after this cannon. You want to land on the rail that's on the left of where it's shooting you. Easiest way I feel doing that is just by going into flight. When you're near the cannon, what you saw there, when you're near the cannon, either jump and or Thundershoot into the cannon, because that will let you get into the cannon a lot easier rather than just having to like spam around into it, because sometimes flight is kind of really awkward with the cannon, because with speed or power you can just walk into it, but with flight you want to just do that strat. Another thing with that, sometimes when you Thundershoot into it, when you get out of the cannon like this, like afterwards we go through this segment, sometimes you'll just fly right through like you would with a speed character where you're just keeping all your speed, or it just resets like, oh, it actually didn't do it there. Or it would just reset, like, or just like halt you. Either one kind of works, just take note of it. Also, I didn't really talk about rails as much as I wanted to. When it comes to rails, each segment... Let me go into Rail Canyon. Depending on where you are in the stage, you're going to need to know where and when you can switch rails. Because rails can be really, really bad if you don't know where you're going or how you're doing it. Because you're going to fall off a lot if you're just like trying to switch rails willy-nilly. It's not going to work. Like anyone who's played a Sonic game in this era knows you can't just do that. Easy way I feel to switch to rails you want to go to. Try to make sure your extra speed you get from boosters has pretty much already expired. Because if you still have the speed of when you hit a booster and you try to rail switch, it's a good 70-30 chance that you're just going to fall off. Oh, actually, I wouldn't say 70-30. Depending on the booster it is. If you get one that goes a lot faster than what your regular speed cap is, or if you do it onto a booster, you are just gonna like suffer. Easiest section I can give an example is the Rhino area, because that actually has two different factors. Both being if you rail switch on the booster, and rail switching when the rails are not perfectly aligned with each other. That's another thing. If you want to switch rails, you gotta make sure the rails are completely consistent with each other. Doing it where everything is kind of like its own specific angle is incredibly sus. Like right now, all the rails, they're in the same position and they're on the same axis. This is the perfect place where you could rail switch if you want. But if you're in an area where it's like, say, kind of here, where everything's kind of like slanted, you're probably gonna fall off. I wouldn't say this area specifically, I'm just saying an example, but like if they're slanted like this, if you have a lot of speed and you try going left, you see how I switched the yellow rail? Because your speed is trying to accommodate where you are, like how fast you're going with turning, because your horizontal speed can go directly to change the axis, and if you're going too fast, you're just going to accidentally miss the rail, or you're just going to go on the wrong rail. This area I feel can kind of be safe, but it can still be risky. So try to switch rails when everything is perfectly aligned with each other, like this. And also, this is actually a factor with SE2 as well. To switch rails consistently, hold the direction the entire time you're switching rails, and don't let go of that direction until you're completely on the rail. Because you can either just like stutter on a rail, or you'll not even like make it at all. This is an area I want to discuss. You see how I'm going so fast and I'm trying to switch rails? You see how I just blatantly went over the blue one? This is a very detrimental factor of trying to switch rails when you go fast. If you want to switch rails at a fast pace, just don't even turn, just neutral stick. Because I feel like it tends to be a lot safer if you just neutral stick. On top of that, if you still want to be safer, switch to flight. Because flight will at least give you the chance to save yourself, because you're in flight. You can save yourself by flying. Because if you're trying to switch when you're Sonic or Knuckles, it's not going to go well. You see that stutter the Sonic did? Sometimes if you don't hold the direction perfectly, it's just going to make you stutter like that. Let me get this checkpoint here, just so I can re-show this area. I'm being a bad tutor right now by just messing around. I am recording, don't worry. This is all going to be onto YouTube. Don't worry. I want to try to... I'm gonna do two different types of videos for this probably. I'm gonna make the whole VOD by itself, and I'm gonna categorize each skip in a spliced video. Depending on the area, by the way, you can do the formation swap maybe twice, maybe 3 times, and you'll get the max speed you need. So right now I want to go onto the yellow rail that's next to me. Instead of trying to be risky about it, I'm just going to wait here, and now I'm going to switch. Let me go back and show other examples. Nice deloading there. Don't worry, the objects don't despawn when that happens. It's just the chunks. Another method you can do it is just like that. Switch to flight, and then just neutral stick. You don't need to switch in this area until you get around this section, because you usually slow down enough to where you can skip rails without it being scary. So take note of that. This yellow rail is actually the fastest one, so that's also something important to remember. When you jump off to this rail, I always recommend switching to flight, just because when you do, you can descend down here, and you get extra, you get an extra thing of flight for it. And now I want to talk about the rhinos. The rhinos can let you jump on top of them under the right credentials. You see how Knuckles was just stunned? If you go into flight mode and stand on top of it, you can actually walk on top of it. But you need to make sure you stun Knuckles in the right form. If you're just standing on top like this, Knuckles isn't going to come back. You want to just bump him. You just run into it. Nothing else special, just run into it. Doing that lets you walk on top of him for a few seconds while his invulnerability frames are active, and you can just go on top. And like I said before with enemies, when you have enemies with Knuckles or Omega, just mash B a lot is usually going to be a safer method than trying to do anything else. If you already feel like you're at your max speed, by the way, don't try to get even more speed by doing this, because chances are you're just going to slow yourself down. And not every rail is going to need to switch between power and flight, or power and speed. I'm going to show off one little neat quirk here that is actually useful in Bullet Station, but is a thing in Rail Canyon, so I can show it off. For some reason, very rarely in this game, but at only 2 consistently logged areas we know, is this and at the end of Bullet Station, you can actually get a lot of height. Oh, I'm hitting the trigger. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to figure out why this isn't working, and then I realized I'm hitting the trigger for where it locks your position. So in this section, if you jump over this booster, this one is actually a lot tougher to get. Actually, you don't even need to jump over it. You can actually hit it. If you jump off this rail at the right timing, you can actually go very high up into the air, and you would be able to just land over here. Now, optimally, you kind of want to do what I just did anyway, but sometimes you'll get a lot of height. The only reason I'm not going to Bullet Station to show this is because it's the very end of the stage, and I'm like running all the way over there right now just to show this off. But yeah, that's a thing for this. For Bullet Station, I'm going to show that off later when I get to it. For this section, just neutral stick. I know I keep saying this for skips, but just neutral stick, because if you try holding somewhere, you're probably just going to lock your position, and it's going to feel really awkward. Also, doing that just made me realize I forgot to talk about air dash canceling, or homing attack canceling, depending on which one you're doing. Kind of like an SA1 and 2 again. If you air dash like this, if you press B as you're in the middle of doing this effect, you can actually get a little bit more distance. Not a lot, but a somewhat decent amount of distance to get an extra little area, to get an extra little movement to get further where you need to go. It's not very used that frequently in this game, but I do like to do it every time I do an air dash just in case, because it does at least give you extra distance. It's Chaotix and SA2 tricks. These trains can kind of be scary. It's kind of just how it is, depending on when you do it. In fact, let me go back there, because there is something I want to talk about with those trains. So those trains, depending on the row you're on, can actually activate early. The reason it does that is because you might try to do a... what's it called? You might try to do a rail switch spam, which makes these trains act a little wonky because it doesn't really know which character you're acting as. So it makes it act early because the fact that the other teammate tends to be a little bit ahead of you. So try not to rail switch, or try not to formation change when you get to that section, because it's probably going to screw you over. Things like what I just did there with the glide, that's a fast method to do to get to area, but it's not an advised one. It's very risky, not beginner friendly at all, and just not really worth that time. So next I'm gonna go back to what should I go to? I'm gonna go in stage order, so I'm thinking of Seaside Hill. Is there anything else I need to show off in Seaside Hill? Not necessarily, because most of that stage, after what I've already discussed, is kind of just watch what a regular run is doing and see what they do, where they do it. For Ocean Palace, I'm going to try to talk about some stuff here. I specifically want to talk about the rock section at the end of the stage, because the rock section can actually be very consistent. A lot of people tend to get screwed over by the rock, and I see exactly what they're doing almost every time that's wrong. For this beginning of the stage, just do a Rocket Accel, but you want to hold up. Actually, you don't want to hold up until you actually touch the ground. You can get a regular Rocket Accel with tails there. Another thing with loops, by the way, if there's a dash panel right before the loop starts, I do recommend rolling right as you're on it, because you usually get more speed on dash panels by doing that. Do it right before you actually hit the dash panel. Alright, so Ocean Palace, you kind of have to be really cautious with a lot of the rocks. If you're fast enough and you get your Rocket Accels out quick enough, you can actually skip this entire beginning section. Oh, and remember what I said in the beginning of the stream, where if you Thundershoot into dash or hoops, you can actually get your flight to reset. This is in an area where it's kind of useful, because you can actually go into flight mode right after you hit it, and you can just immediately touch the ground, and you can just start going into speed formation again. There's some fans that you can actually not even bother using the flight 4 and just get to the top just with that little bump you get from the wind. This is an easy example of that, where you can just do that. It's faster than just needing to do the glide, so I recommend doing that if you can. And another area, like I said before in the beginning, where you can hit B on the spring. It's actually one of the interesting ones in my opinion, where when you actually get the air dash out of it, you actually go like down here and you can touch the ground quicker. So I always try to get this every time because it's a lot quicker. Doors in this game or in this stage, I kind of recommend just jumping and setting up a fire dunk by doing that, because usually when you do that, you can actually get your character, your teammates to, what's it called, to actually break the door in one go rather than having to punch it twice. Does that apply for all teams of the stage? What was I talking about? For the for the fans? Yes, it does. This is another area where I like to use a glide rather than just jumping. Because the reason for that is because it actually keeps your teammates near you. And you can actually get the free movement immediately. That's one of the main reasons why if you ever see somebody doing a glide in an area, chances are it's because they want to get that quick turn while still maintaining some of the speed. Like that. I hit the tree there, but you get what I mean. Let's do a Rocket Accel jump here. This is one of the areas that you can do a light dash Accel in. I'm not personally good enough in that one to even get it, but I mean, there's a visual cue for it. I just don't know it. Now, another thing with gliding, kind of like what I've already said, if you get enough speed and then you do a glide early, you can get the height from the fan while still keeping that speed. This is an easy example to talk about that, because what you do is, god damn it, just cancel this early, and then you just go over here, and then you get that speed and you can maintain it here without having to go all the way up here. Kind of a bit tough to do at the first. I don't recommend doing that at first until you get comfortable with glides and that section specifically, honestly, but it is a really nice little time saver. When it comes to boulders that are always going to hit you like that one, just do a punch. It's not really worth any other trouble, just do a punch. You can do a excuse me. You can do a fire dunk setup for it, but it's not really worth it. Certain loops like this one, be cautious if you roll, because there are times with this bash pad, for some reason, sometimes if you get enough speed, you'll just fly up in the air like this, and then you'll hit the dash pad, or sometimes you'll just run too far to the right or left and just not make it. Alright, so let me just get through this section after I die. Nice ring count. This section is kind of self-explanatory. You can just kick through. This is actually a good example to show where air dash canceling can be useful. So you know how I said air dash canceling can give you more distance a little bit more? This is an easy example. And another thing with it is that you can get more interaction with Sonic if you do it, because when you're doing an air dash cancel, you can move around a lot more. But when you're just when you just do a regular air dash, you kind of have to accommodate the fact that you're still in the animation. But when you're in an air dash cancel, you can actually just have whole interaction there early. Now, I died there because you want to get a kick right after you touch the turtle. Excuse me. You have to make sure you jump at the right time off the totem from the last turtle to actually get enough distance there. Also, what's up, Don? So let me get back over there now, because after the turtle section, I'm going to talk about the rock section. I'm going to do the Bop Boost there. I'm not going to talk about Bop Boost yet. Those are going to be a whole can of worms later. So let me get over there real quick. Oh, I had that. Yeah, if you don't get the roll, sometimes you'll get the kick instead, which, I mean, you still get height from it, but it's not going to be much faster. Make sure when you do that glide, by the way, you don't touch the handles on the side, because that will just make you lose all your speed and you'll probably die as a result. Oh wait, hold on, I want to do the Bop Boost here instead. Just to get over there quicker.
I'm sure I can blow that robot shield off with a tornado. Press the B button in tower formation to use fire gun.
Okay. One little thing I want to talk about here as well, that I like to do in a lot of sections, is maintaining your speed from a flight, and then immediately getting to cancel that flight by running out of the gauge or just touching the ground. You know how I said doing power before flight can be a lot more safer? There's a lot of sections where if you go up an incline and you switch to power and flight, you actually immediately go into flight mode, which is something you're going to want, where you can just enter the top section faster. This is an easy example of that, because you get up here immediately after, rather than having to like fly up like normal. I do that in a lot of areas in the run, but I don't advise you do it as often as I do because it's not very safe. But it's another nice thing to get for it. Alright, so let's go over to the rock section. Alright, I have lives. Wanted to do that new strat. Oh, by the way, one small thing, too. Objects, which also, these are also objects, by the way. It's hard to know, but these are actually objects. Objects Sonic's tornado immediately cancels on. So you could just like get height up pretty easily without having to switch to flight. I like to do this in some sections because it just feels a lot easier than just having to switch to flight and then just deal with waiting to ascend and then switch to the speed character. So some sections like that you just want to do. Now, the rock section. This section, I'm going to show you how to consistently not get rubber banded by him. So the next flooring I'm going to be on is going to be descending. I'm going to be holding the B button halfway down that descent path. When you do that, the rock almost wants to touch you, but it doesn't touch you because your hitbox when ball form is smaller than it is when you're running. Which is why usually when you're running only, you're probably going to get rubber banded and get hit. But if you do this, right before you hit the dash panel, you can actually rubber band them. So this section is actually kind of funny. If you wait for the rock and you don't want to deal with him, you can just let him run and he's going to rubber band forever and you don't have to deal with him. But if you want to actually deal with the rock at the beginning, that's the best way to go about it. So let me show what happens if you try to roll too late. After I hit the dash panel. Oh, I actually made it. Huh. Usually, when you do that, you don't make it. Huh, today I learned you can do that. Alright. So let's die real quick. Oh, wait. So if you roll too late here, actually. Okay, now the rubber banding isn't wanting to happen for me. Huh. How'd I end up here? Okay. I can't even show off how to do it wrong. Anyways.
Why don't we try going up there?
Whoa! What's with that giant rock?
It's coming this way.
Get out of the way! Here we go!
Well, I can't explain it for some reason. But basically, when you roll too late or too early, or if you accidentally kick, you'll probably get rubber banded by the spike. Now, that's a lot more frequent in super hard mode. I know that for a fact. But that is something you really want to make sure. Roll right before you hit the boost pad there in the first area. For the rest of these, just like before, every time you're right before you hit a dash panel, which is actually the case with every other part of the game, you want to roll right before you hit the dash panel because you'll get a lot more speed out of that. And on top of that, let me explain storage in this game.
Not my day.
Like Rocket Accel storage or kick storage. It works for all versions of the it works for all teams. But I'm going to show it in a very specific area for Team Rose because this is where I like to use it the most. It's in Team Rose's egg fleet. There's one section where you want to have enough speed, and then you have to switch formation to power pretty quickly in order to do it. And there's a section you want to switch to power formation right with the amount of speed, because it's the old method of flight, power and flight, where if you don't want to do the bop boost. Some might know where I'm talking about specifically, but I'm gonna go over there first. Also, one small thing here. If you want to go a certain direction, but you don't want to have to deal with the capsules or the ring things, you could just do, like I said before, with an air dash or homing attack cancel. You'll phase through the object of the ring capsule, but you'll still keep that speed, where you don't have to bounce onto it like it's an enemy. Like that.
That circle marked by your feet means that you're in danger. My turn.
So let's get to that section now. Some fans like this, by the way. You can belly flop into it right before you actually touch the peak ground of it, where you can go right into your umbrella. It actually does rubber band how high you go to give you a lot more distance and speed like immediately after. So that's another thing worth noting. Alright, so the section I'm talking about is up here. There's going to be two different dash panels. I'm going to hold B there, let go of B on the pause screen. So Amy's just going to keep rolling. Now when I unpause, I'm going to hold B again. Alright, I'm going to let go again off the pause screen. It's worth noting, pausing in this game does not count to your game timer, so you don't have to worry about that. Just know you can't pause for long periods, otherwise your run might get invalid. But you just keep doing this, pause and unpause, hold B, let go of B, so you can just keep rolling forever, so Amy doesn't go into her hammer attack. The reason we do that is because we come over here. I missed it. It's because I hit the camera button. This is a consistent area that I like to do this roll strat in. And we do this. I'm going to talk about this later, power and flight, but how long can you pause before your run comes invalid? I think it's like a minute or something. It's just don't pause for a long period. That's all I'm going to say. Alright, so Grand Metro, I haven't talked about those door clips yet, so let's go into Grand Metro. Grand Metro has a pretty odd like layout of things in the stage, between like the moving platforms and where the doors are. It's kind of all a mess.
energy plant?
This is another area where you can do a light dash accel right at the start. If you do it wrong, you're not really going to get much speed, but you don't really lose any time for it. This loop can be very finicky, by the way. A lot of loops in this stage can actually be really finicky. If you roll, like I said, I recommend you roll pretty much every loop you can because you do get more speed out of it. If you roll at a weird time, there's a chance that you'll just make an immediate U-turn there, which is kind of annoying. It's kind of random when it happens. I don't really know how to consistently make it not happen. So with these platforms, they will not spawn the actual collision at a certain time until the actual floor appears. Like when it fades into from red to blue, that's when the floor starts to appear. So don't try to Rocket Accel and do it early. It's not going to work. Now there are some sections where you can clip through, like this one for instance. It's kind of like doing a door clip. In fact, you can kind of consider these doors because they are technically considered doors. But these ones can be finicky depending on the character or how you do it. The roll strat can work. I find this is more consistent with Team Rose. Funny enough, I don't really get why. But that is one you can do. I'm just bad at it right now. For this part, it's actually faster to skip the hoop ring by just going around it. Now, there you go. You see how I went backwards like that? That can be a side effect from rolling. With these loops, I recommend just holding your roll once and just not doing anything else because those loops can fuck you over bad. Now this section, you can actually do two different ways. You could do the way that I'm not having to screen yet, which is Bop Boosting, which is doing this. Hey Sonic, you wanna... You can do that. Did I hit the checkpoint? I don't know. I did. Or you can just do this. You can actually do a light dash accel there to switch immediately to flight, but you can just do a Rocket Accel jump like this. Now, with this part, people like to just spam flight into the door under it. For me, I recommend Thundershooting your teammates before you start going through the door because you'll have a lot less trouble trying to squeeze through without your teammates on you. So definitely know that. You're going to want to probably do that. And now this door. This door is kind of one of the interesting ones in the game because the way you clip through is you actually have to switch to a power character. You can do it by switching to flight, but it is extremely difficult to do it that way. Can you even clip back through actually? Probably not. So let's go back over there now. I want to talk about this door. So with this door, the way you clip through this one is you want to do a double Rocket Accel on its side, and then you switch to Knuckles right when you touch the door. It's not going to work every time. In fact, it can be really inconsistent sometimes. But if you do it right, that's all you got to do for that door to clip through. Double Rocket Accel sideways, and then just switch to Knuckles when you hit the door. I think you can just neutral stick it actually, and you'll still clip through.
Allows you to attack enemies on the ground with Blue Tornado. Blue Tornado attacks enemies by sweeping them off their feet.
Got it.
Now, when it comes to certain poles, you can just oh yeah, let me actually talk about poles. Poles in this game, you want to the fastest way to get up to land on a pole is two different things. One, you just tornado on an object where Sonic's tornado ends early, or you want to do it to the side, like a bit distant from the pole, because when a speed character, when Sonic and Shadow Rocket Accel or Tornado, they're gonna land on the right side of where the tornado is. So you want to be where the most right of the tornado would be, so you immediately latch onto it. Because if you're doing it like this, for instance, where if you're on the left of it, he like takes that small second to latch onto the pole. You don't want that. So do it like this, you'll immediately latch onto it. But when you get to level 3, you can just homing attack onto it. In fact, let me try to get a level 3 speed. I haven't actually talked about level ups, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. Can I get a level up, actually? Let's see if I can go back. Yeah, I got flight. Okay, well, that's a good time to explain this. So, level ups. Every 5 enemies you defeat, you get a level up. The depending one you get is based off the character you are currently not as. So, if I'm gonna be Flight, okay, and I kill enemies with Thundershoots, it's gonna either give a level up to Sonic or Knuckles. And if I kill an enemy with Sonic, or if I just homing attack them to death, it's going to go to Knuckles or Tails. You see what I mean? It's going to go to the character you're not playing as. So if you're trying to get a level up from RNG for for the character you want it for, you don't want to be that character when you kill them, because that will give it to that will never give it to the character you're currently playing as. There are random times where you can like fire dunk and kill an enemy, and it'll act as if you're playing as the character you fire dunked into with, but I feel like that's not as common. I never looked deep into that, but sometimes that tends to be a thing where you'll actually get it as Knuckles because it acts like you're being the character who you fire dunked it with. But try not to, but that's usually not really a factor. Don't be distraught of not being able to kill anything with fire dunk because for that reason. It's still gonna work. It's just you have to be under very weird credentials for that to happen. Why is the camera like this? Anyways, so like I said, when you get level 3 Sonic, you can do a lot of things that tornadoes would do. To get on a pole fast, just homing attack into it, like on its, not like directly into it, but go like the way the direction the pole goes, like that. Like you see how it goes clockwise, like this. Try to homing attack into it, touching it, and then move your joystick the direction of the clockwise movement it goes. So then you can immediately clip onto it. Sometimes you're still gonna have that little delay. That's usually because of your teammates rather than yourself, because they do play a factor every now and then. But yeah. So I think that's everything for Grand Metro. Yeah, alright. So now let's go to Power Plant. Power Plant has a decent amount of things I want to talk about. Like the elevator and the lava section, and the way certain inclines work. That is also true, Feefall. I forgot to mention that for flight jumping, you can get more height by going into a belly flop and switching to flight before you touch the ground. That is also another factor of how to get more height. I think that's still less height than doing a regular flight Accel jump, but it's a lot quicker to get your height. So when it comes to these platforms that ascend up, you can actually change the way you ascend onto them based on what you're doing before it actually turns on blue. Like, you can have it where you're not getting any flight. You can sometimes have it where... Let me see if I can actually replicate it without having to turn it on. You can sometimes have it where everyone is acting like they're doing this while you're in flight mode, which gives you an extra thing of flight. Kind of like when we were on the dash hoops, they'll do that. But it's not that easy to do with that method, so I kind of don't recommend trying to go for it because you'll usually end up being slowed down anyway. When it comes to cages that are flying like that, I kind of just recommend doing a fire dunk setup rather than trying to shoot down with Thundershoot. This is another section where you can, it's kind of hit or miss if you want to do the Thundershoot strat to kill them and fire dunk them, or you can just do the flight jump Accel. There we go. You see how they're like this? If I go A now, they're gonna fly. You see? That's technically the fastest method when you ascend, because you just get the flight immediately and not have to deal with the descent there. These tubes, or these like spheres, can act really finicky if you try to like roll or kick into them as you hit a dash pad. You'll sometimes just go straight up in the air, or sometimes you'll just straight up slow down and just like be very slow into them. Another thing to factor in, after you get out of the orb like this, if I switch to flight, sometimes the flight character doesn't latch onto you. Okay, it did there, but sometimes it won't latch onto you. When that happens, do not try to fly, because two different things can go through because of that. One, you'll just act like you're flying, but two, it's a kind of rare occurrence, but sometimes you'll end up where the flight character was before you switch to them. Like, you'd be up here, for instance. And that just, like, ruins things for you. It's kind of rare when that happens, but it's just, first of all, since it's so rare, it throws you off, and you don't realize where you are. So, try not to switch to flight, or try not to go in flame mode after you switch to flight there. It's kind of scary. Now, this section, this section is kind of weird. You need to get your Rocket Accel, switch to power, then to flight, then jump. You should, if you don't hit the ceiling here, you should just go straight up here, and you'll be able to fly up here like this. Sometimes you don't get enough height. Let me try to show an example here. You'll be like this. That's still too much. God damn it. You'd be like in this predicament. Like you're down here technically. You do what we said before, where you can just do a flight jump Accel, like this. Or flight, Accel, like, I don't know what to call it. There's too many terms in this game that just sound similar, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm referring to. Also, one small thing I want to factor in with this method, or with this strat for things. There's a thing where, with flighting, with unit flight, you can ascend slowly if you Thundershoot. So, if I press B to Thundershoot, and then immediately hold A as Tails is in his Thundershoot animation, you can actually ascend a little slower rather than having to just like that. There's certain sections in this game where that actually is the preferred version to do things. In fact, there is a backup thing in Casino Park that I want to show off for that reason, because I saw this the other day or yesterday where they needed to get thread the needle, but they were going way too fast and they couldn't get in because of that. I'm going to show that off next stage, but it is very useful, and I'm going to get more to that afterwards. So, we actually know a new strat here recently, where you can bounce onto these, and you'd be able to ascend really high. I learned on the PC version, you can actually get really high up, But on GameCube and console, it's a frame perfect thing. So don't do it on console. Unless you're trying to go for an IL, don't try it on console. There's an example. If you kick at the wrong time, that can happen. Sometimes you'll go backwards as a result.
Let's go. There you go.
That's one factor of flighting there, by the way. The other one was, again, like you said, you end up going where they were and you mess up and it's all awkward.
Let's go.
To get the right distance here, you kind of have to know when to start flying, where you're at enough height where flight will make it, and you're not far enough to where, like, you're gonna not get enough distance and you'll just fall. That's another one of those strats that you kind of have to keep trying until you know the right timing where it becomes a mental thing. And even then, it can still be finicky, so... This whole game, I can literally say, is a case of it works, but sometimes it doesn't. So, just know that a lot of things aren't always going to be your fault, but there's always going to be a reason as to why it happens. Nothing in this game happens for no reason. There is definitely a factor for anything you do. I know that's hard to believe in this game, because this game can have some of the most wonky stuff, but yeah. This is one of those floors actually here. Actually in all Power Plant, you know how in Grand Metro I had said that the floor doesn't actually spawn the collision until it actually loads in the blue? Power Plant isn't like that. It actually has the floor there the whole time, but the wall is what's blocking you out. This is one wall that you can actually do a spin dash roll through. You don't even need to do it the regular method like you do every other door clip. You can actually just get enough speed and roll through it. And you can go right through the wall and skip like a few frames. It's kind of hard to do, but you're not losing any time to go for it. So if you ever want to try that, I do suggest trying it. This is another loop section, by the way, there. Do not do a roll here in this section. Because you know how I said in Grand Metro, there's a lot of loops that will sometimes make you do a U-turn? This area is no exception. Even if you're just doing a kick, it can still happen. Hold on, I just want to mess around here for a second. I haven't done this Bop Boost yet, but I know it's new and I want to try it. Whatever. I'm gonna learn that later. So this section actually, you can do two strats. I don't remember which one is objectively better. Technically, doing that is the best one. But if you don't feel like doing that, or you have to land on here for some reason, what you can do is just do power and flight. And if you hold the direction right, you can just ascend up to the pulley. But sometimes you'll lock onto the ground, so just make note of that. This light dash, by the way, if you light dash into it and then hit flight, 99 times out of 100, you're probably just gonna get the flight latch where you get stopped early. So feel free to go for that every time. That works for both Sonic and Dark, I believe. I'm trying to remember. So now I want to talk about these little quarter pipes. These quarter pipes, you can skip the sections where there's enemies here. They can sometimes be finicky, as you'd probably expect by now. The easiest way I feel for these to work, you gotta just know that there's a little frame here. This little section here. You see how you see the little X on the left? You see how above it there's that gray lining? That section is pretty much where you're gonna have to jump. You see? That's the silver lining, quite literally, of when you jump. To actually know when to go into flight, for me, I feel it's right before it's like when you get into these two little areas on these little white lines. This one. And this one. That is probably the best section to switch to flight, I would say. And if you get the right jump height, you can make it all the way up here really easily. So that's the section of where you go, or that's the method of how you do it there. With this one, you can just be in flight, and you'll just always make it up. But it's the same timing of when you jump. Like that. Now, sometimes, depending on the team, given how big the power character is for the other teams, they won't actually do a full run up. They'll kind of just like they'll get to here and kind of just like fall. For that, you're gonna have to do flight when you get to like this section, like quite literally almost right when I'm on. Like you have to literally hit X and A like frames after each other. This is another section where you can do a light dash accel. I never seem to get it, but it involves very quick hand movements to go from flight, from light dash to power to jump. So you have to have quick fingers to do those. So that's just that. I'm gonna get a drink after this for the stage. What's up, Alex? Also, this moving platform, another easy section where you can do a lot of flight jump accels. Because since the platform is moving, it seems to be a lot more generous with your grounded state to give you almost always a flight jump accel when you're near it. Also, if you ever get lost here, just go into flight mode, use the C stick. You can see where you're going. Now, this floor, or this section, kind of like what I said with the turtle, you can clip right through it, even without waiting for the floor to open. But I don't know what it is, but destroying the enemies first seems to make clipping through these early a lot more consistent. I don't really get what the game's doing with the hitbox, if anything. Maybe it's a Mandela effect, but you see how easily I clipped there? The wall hadn't actually unloaded yet. It just felt like taking me out, letting me go through a lot easier. I don't really get why that's the case, but that's the case. Now, the lava section. This section is kind of different for everybody, and it's also different for every team. But the easiest thing I could say is at the start, when you get to the last platform that has the boot dash troop on it, just hold down and you'll make it to there. You can skip the speed enemies and just do this. And of course, when you get to this section, the only enemy you have to kill for Team Sonic is just the one here. For Team Dark, there's one more down here. But if you have a level 2 Rouge, actually no, if you have a Omega, you can just do 2 fire dunks and he'll pretty much always hit it as long as you're aiming at the direction of where they actually are positioned. And that's pretty much PowerPoint. The last section here, the spring that brings you up, sometimes you actually don't get the extra height to hit the ceiling. You kind of just immediately touch the ground. We found the explanation as to why that happened to the task, but I do not properly remember what makes it happen. It is honestly just feels seemingly random. But that is a little bit faster when that happens. Don't try to deliberately find a way to get that to happen. It's not that easy. All right, let me get a drink real quick, cause I am thirsty. Alrighty. So next, this is probably going to be the biggest segment of the video, and that's pinball physics. Oh boy, pinball physics. You know, people always shit talk the pinball physics in this game, and I'm gonna be honest, it's not that bad if you know everything you're doing.
The buildings and roads are all
So first I want to talk about one thing.
pretty cool.
When it comes to each character in the game, all 12 characters, they all have their own set of weight on the pinball table. Now, let me try to give a good guesstimate as to what the character physics are from lightest to heaviest. From lightest, it's cream. It's flight, speed, power, by the way, for each level of heaviness. For flight, it's cream, charmy, and then tails and rouge are kind of the same. I would say tails might be a little bit lighter. Speed character, they're kind of all the same, I would say. But when it comes to power, it would be Knuckles, Omega, Big, and Vector. Vector is the heaviest character on the pinball table, which didn't really sound surprising, but you know, it's just how it is. When it comes to having a light character, you usually want to use them the most, which means you're going to want to be in flight a lot of the pinball sections, because it makes going through it makes traversing through the slots and the flippers much easier to do. So let's start with this one.
Entire city is like a giant casino.
The buildings and roads are all part of a pinball table.
The easiest way to start this one, if you don't want to do the other strat with the pinball table launch, which I will get to later, just fly into that. And with this section, you quite literally just hold the direction as to where everything is. Like,
This entire city is like a giant casino.
The buildings and roads are all
another thing to note, if you switch to a certain character before you touch the pinball table, you will immediately become who that character is on the table. But that's only a thing on console. If you try to switch to a character on PC and then you touch the table, the formation table on the top right of the screen is going to switch you right back to who you actually are. So that's just something worth noting with PC. It tends to do that. It will do that every time, which is why I find console for pinball tables a lot easier to move through, because it lets you have that advantage. So when it comes to this, when you get to this point, just hold down. That's it.
table. Pretty cool.
Let me actually reset my life count, because I want to talk more about this section.
Let's blast through with sonic speed.
When it comes to the green bumpers, you can actually maneuver where you're going a bit. Obviously, you're going to go in a certain, like, trigonometrical section, but you can change which part of that section you're running through.
This entire
It's based off your joystick.
casino.
The buildings and roads are all
The same can technically be said about the little tokens.
all right.
Mostly when you hit these, you kind of just want to move as little as you can, and you'll probably have the best result. When it comes to the green circular bumpers, I kind of just avoid those at all costs. If you hit them, you hit them, but it's the same thing like with the triangular bumpers, where you kind of just move a little bit and you'll probably be fine. Now let me get to this table here. When it comes to the pinball physics, you don't have to move around as much as you're doing. Like, let things happen the way they do. And a lot of times, you'll want to when you want to turn right, usually you'll end up having to turn left. Like, when you're at a certain point, when you're like going up like this, all right? and you hit like a certain point, like this cap, if I hold right, chances are I'm going to be going left. It's kind of weird to explain, but holding upwards tends to actually slow you down a bit. It's kind of weird to explain pinball physics because just how they work. Have been using them for how many years it's been now. It kind of just becomes a mental thing, but when it comes to flight, it's the most consistent movement. When you tend to go a certain direction, you tend to lock into that section very ever so little bit, but you can still maneuver yourself to where you can still like rotate yourself while still going and down in that like, because like this right now, you see how I'm going like down rightish or leftish? You can still move left and right, but obviously you're not going to be able to go directly downwards. So when it comes to that, the only way to actually properly make yourself go directly down is by hitting a wall and just like slowing down your movement. And even then, it's not going to be 100% consistent. You gotta like, you just have to let the game do what it can for the pinball physics. Don't try to fight it too hard, otherwise you are going to immensely hate yourself for it. Because you know what's going to happen. You're just going to keep hitting the wrong thing. You're just going to run to the bumpers. Just kind of let the game do what it can. If you go into this pinball section, if you go into this slot machine, by the way, just don't press anything. You'll always go to the right side. Yeah, it literally locks your trajectory as to where you're going to be going, but you can still maneuver despite that. Now, one other thing I want to talk about for pinball physics is that if you have a character teammate that died and you can't get them back when you touch the ground again, there is a way to get them back. There is actually a way to get them back. So let me try to kill Knuckles real quick. Knuckles is gonna die. Knuckles is our victim right now, alright? Alright, so you see how Knuckles isn't back? This is how you get your teammates back whenever that happens. All you gotta do is kill another teammate. Not even kidding. You just have to kill another teammate so you have no extra teammates. When you do that, then what happens is they will load both your teammates back. See? Because the game won't let you have 0 extra teammates. It needs at least 1 extra person to accommodate for you. And one small thing I actually hadn't talked about yet for pinball physics, objects. When you're a set distance from a certain teammate and you switch to them, you can actually phase through objects because they're not loaded. Like, you see these tokens? If I switch to Tails, as you're seeing, Knuckles goes right through it. That is something you really want to take into consideration whenever you want to get to certain areas. This also is the case for bumpers and other objects like this. Knuckles is hitting it because he's too close. I don't think it's the factor. I don't think it plays a factor for the bumpers. I actually cannot remember. It does not. Okay. Actually, is it? Okay, no, I don't think it does. But you get my point. Yeah, it doesn't play a factor for the bumpers. But that is something incredibly important when it comes to trying to get to certain sections. Both those points were very useful. Are very useful for trying to get your... Because a lot of people will struggle where they'll be like down there or like in the next section and they don't have another character. If you notice they don't immediately latch back when you switch to the character over there, just switch back to whoever is still on the table and then kill them, because it's going to immediately bring you back to where the teammate who made it all the way down there is, and you'll have all your teammates back. So you don't have to try to grind for a team blast or something. Yeah, the dice in this game are weird. That was... I kind of did not expect that to happen. Like I said, everything in this game happens for a reason, but don't expect a lot of things to seem like they make sense. Also, if you ever see that your teammates aren't coming back to you when they're on the table, simply just do a jump B action. Like for Knuckles, it's setting up a fire dunk, or gliding actually will also help you out. Try to do both with power, it's a lot better. If you're flight, just go into flight mode and or Thundershoot, and your teammate will be back. For Sonic, it's usually kicking and or jump tornadoing is how you get your teammates back. Because sometimes they just don't want to come back immediately, and those are the ways on how to get them back. Also, one other thing to note. You know how I said every character has their own weight to them? The weight is dependent on the character you're currently being as. So right now, Knuckles and Sonic, they are carrying the same weight that Tails actually is. So if you want to get characters a lot farther, you're going to have to stay as a flight character to get them over there. Because right now, I'm trying to get Sonic and Knuckles over to the next checkpoint. If I just switch to them right now, they're going to launch back to their weight. And that's just not going to be enough speed. Because the lighter the character is, the farther they can go in the air. But if you are a heavier character, of course, you're not going to get much speed or distance. So for this section, I'm in the perfect position where if I just hold up this whole time, Sonic and Knuckles should land onto the platform down there, and they're going to stay there until I switch to them, like this. You see? They're all the way over here now. That's actually perfect movement replacement of where Sonic was in the checkpoint. But yeah, if you want characters to get a set distance with the, for you, you have to stay as the lightest character to help them do that. Is there ever any point where you want to be the heavier character? Yes. And it only sometimes works. It's a section in Bingo Highway before the last checkpoint. It's that section where you're on the bingo board and you go in those tubes and it shoots you through the dash hoop and you go through it a second time. If you're the heaviest character, you can actually avoid having to go through the tube the second time and go all the way down. I'm going to show that after. I'm going to show that later. But that's probably the only time in the game you're ever going to want to be a heavier character. So this section is also another example of how the light character can give you a nice advantage. So this is something I like to do in my runs. It's not very easy to do, but it is something you can do. This, you see this yellow arrow that's to the left of the pause screen? You can go onto this tube, and then if you don't hit the boost arrow as you go on the tube, Tails isn't going to get enough speed to go all the way up. What he does is he tries to go all the way, but he tries to fall back down because gravity. If you hit this yellow arrow as you're descending back down, you can actually get the speed, but you don't stay on the tube, and you ricochet out of the tube, and you end up on the top of the pinball table, and you can make it past the checkpoint that's coming up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold up here. All right, now that Tails is here, what I'm going to do is that when Tails is about halfway down, I'm going to start tapping B. Because with tubes in this game, you can tap B to actually excel yourself whenever you're not getting enough speed. A lot of people think it's holding B or something, but no, you want to tap B like this. That is how you can get a lot more speed on tubes. And when I get that speed, and then it tries to invert its speed, the directional speed I have with the boost arrow, it's going to send me flying up in the air like this. Ah, I hit the thing here. That can happen sometimes if you don't get it right, where you just land onto the top pinball machine. Let's try it again. I should also note this isn't going to be 100% consistent when you get this. Well, that got it, but it wasn't much speed, so let's keep trying it. This is kind of one of the more advanced skips in this game, but it kind of just shows you how nice having a light character can be, because speed and power characters will not get the speed here for this. Because of how light the flight character is, you can get pretty far distances with it. Like I said, this is not an easy skip, so don't try doing this unless you want to practice it for a while. It's not easy. I find it easier as dark, actually, because I think that arrow is faster as dark and in super hard mode because it carries the same object layout for the objects. I want to try to get this at least once. There we go. So the movement, the direction I'm holding on the tube is actually very nice because it's on the notch where the GameCube is on the top left one. That's the directional angle I'll hold the entire time when I am trying to go up the tube. Because once you're holding that direction and you hit the boost panel, you can just hold directly up and you'll end up all the way up here. What this does is you end up over here. To make sure you don't run into the lasers, just immediately go into flight and like this. You'll probably like fall back like where you go back here a bit, but you should be fine. Now, when it comes to these lasers, these are one of the more consistent laser clips. And I haven't actually talked about laser clipping yet. Laser clipping in this game has a few methods to do it. Almost all of them require the speed character to have iframes. But one easy way to do this one is simply kicking through. This is one of the easiest ones in the game, if not the easiest laser clip in the game. You don't even need iframes for this one. You kind of just need somewhat decent speed. So let me kill myself. Another method you could do is rocket excelling.
Something's up there, but it doesn't seem like we can go up.
That's another method. And another method you can do is be giving Sonic iframes by doing this. What you do for this is you go to you align yourself with the orange part here. You just jump, set up a fire dunk, let Sonic take damage, then immediately switch to Sonic. Once you're switched to Sonic, you have to try to set up a Rocket Accel as fast as you can. Come on, Knuckles, get up. Sometimes your characters will get stunned. You probably hear that a lot in team fights. Once you have Sonic get stunned, do a glide so he can move back over to you quicker, because otherwise he'll just stay on the ground for a bit. And it also lets you set up a Rocket Accel a lot easier. And another thing when it comes to doing this, usually you want to do a kick alongside it. All of these methods vary based on the laser you're doing it on. This one just kind of has every kind of method. It's probably the most versatile laser clip there is. But for this one, the easiest method, I would say, is just light dashing into these rinks. And you'll pretty much always click kick through as long as you do that. So this section I was talking about earlier, this is the section I was talking about earlier with flight. Sometimes people might fall out of here and they want to get in. It could be the worst thing ever to go back in. But, like I said before, if you Thundershoot and then hold A, you can ascend a lot easier into the tube. Like, a lot of people don't think that you can just, like, a lot of people think you can just clip right through by just jumping back in, but no, the eye on this VIP table wall is incredibly rude. So, the easiest way to get back in is by Thundershooting, specifically at least once or twice, so you can get back in. Because it gives you a lot more leg room so you can actually clip inside rather than having to hope that you can like sneak in, because the hitbox for getting in is very, very rude. So once you get the second portion, once you get Sonic up into the red area, because that's usually where you want to be, then you shoot Knuckles immediately after and you can get right in very quickly. I have seen a few people like mess up in this section because of that, and that is the method you want to do to actually save yourself, because I feel so bad when I see people lose it here because they don't deserve it. Now for this section, all you're going to do is, you see the hexagon where the cannon is? The top right wall of the hexagon is where you're going to fall. You can land here as Knuckles, you can land here as Flight, you can land here as Sonic, Speed, doesn't matter. But going in that direction, you'll always land at the goal ring. Now, you notice that little building that I had to jump around? Make sure you're a little bit more to the right so you don't like touch the hitbox with the wall of the building, because sometimes you'll be sent the other direction and you won't get enough distance to be able to land onto the pinball section, or land onto the goal ring. Now, hopefully that covered most of how pinball physics work in this game. Again, they're still really weird, but it's a lot of the case of be Flight and let the game do what it can for your trajectory, because you'll likely still make it where you need to go, but just don't constantly move the joystick around. That is going to mess you up horribly, and you are not going to like it. So now that I talked about the LTS method for everything, next I want to talk about pinball launching. There is a skip in this game where if you let your teammates fall, and then if you let them fall for a certain amount of time, and then you punch the table, and then switch to those teammates, you can actually get a lot of height, like this. Pinball launching is very nice, but it can bully you a lot. So the easiest way I can go about explaining it is you gotta wait about, maybe, for this one anyway, you want to wait about maybe second and a half maybe. Then when you punch, right as you're punching, when you hit the purple flooring on the pinball machine, that's when you want to switch to tails.
And while turned into balls, you can move the control stick right and left.
Come on.
Slightly change the direction of the ball.
Knuckles, are you saving me? You died.
By the way, while we're balls, try moving the control stick right and left to affect the direction of the balls.
So just wait about a second and a half.
Leave it to me.
Like that. Wait until you start to descend. Knuckles. Like, I know I said wait till you hit the purple floor, but specifically wait when Knuckles is no longer going upwards and he starts to descend. It's not really a case of where he is when he's falling, but how long you're on the pinball table when he starts to when you switch. Sometimes you're not always gonna get the right you're not gonna get the Flight character in the sky. Usually it's a case of how long you're waiting. And another factor about it, I don't actually know if this does play a factor, but holding upwards when you punch is gonna matter, because you know how earlier when I said holding a direction is actually a big factor with punching for characters? This is actually a case where you want to hold the direction with the when you punch, just so you can get that just so you can get the Flight to actually go into the sky. I like that. Now when you're up here, what I like to do for this section is rotate the camera right after you stop getting the max height. When you rotate the camera up here too early, the camera's just gonna lock on into a first person type view, and you're not gonna see where you're going. So wait till the camera, or wait till your Flight is like at the peak of the height, then rotate the camera right a bit. And aim for between the blue and green sevenths. This is the height. This is where you want to go pretty much. If you get too much height, you might end up going too high, and you want to go a bit more left. When you do the skip enough, you're gonna see just where to land, or just how far you'll be able to go to know if you'll make it. Let me see if I can show an example of one that doesn't get much height. Getting not much height is usually a case of punching too early.
of a pinball table. Pretty cool.
That was way too small.
Got it.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
Got it.
Leave it to me.
An easy way to know if you don't get enough height is you'll see the dice block on the left still being in the still spawning, like that white dice block. If you still see it, just reset your just redo the skip, because chances are you're not gonna get enough height.
Leave it to me.
Got it.
Leave it. Let's go.
Got it.
Leave it to me.
This wasn't even much height, but this is an example of one that doesn't get much height. Oh my god, that was actually enough height. I'm surprised. You see, your height varies a lot. That was just a weird camera. I don't really know why I did it like that. But, yeah. So, I guess I should probably explain Bingo Highway's skip for this now. The Bingo Highway pinball launch
All right.
has a few factors for it. So this is half the reason why I have my input display here, because you're gonna want to see when I'm holding upwards when we do the skip.
Got it.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
Here we go. Got it. That robot with a searchlight detects us. He'll call others to come.
Nice input drop.
There they are.
Eggman's robot.
Leave them to me, Sonic.
Leave it to me.
Also, one small thing to note, which actually Knuckles just showed off perfectly for us, when you go down this pinball area, sometimes a character, any of your three characters, likes to just clip through, like Knuckles just did. If that happens,
Leave it to me.
they're probably not going to always come back onto the table. So like I said before, if a character doesn't come back on, just kill another character.
Here we go.
Leave it to me.
So, for this skip, what I like to do for this skip is, you see the even and odd part here? The white lining in the middle,
Leave it to me.
that's where I like to have my camera be for this.
Got it.
It doesn't have to be perfectly like that, but around that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to switch the camera this way. We're going to go into a glide, turn left here, wait for Sonic to show up here. Now that Sonic's here, we're going to try to jump onto the table without our right side of where Tails would normally be to have show up until where I touch the pinball table on the right, like this. You want to land on the table without the right side here actually showing up. Because if you have the right side actually touch the floor, Tails is going to come back and it's going to reset it. So what you're going to do here is when Sonic shows up, like I said, just jump onto the table, just do this, and the placement of your spring, of what spring you're on, can actually vary how tough the next portion afterwards waiting is going to be. The farther you are to the right, you're going to have to get a bit more distance to make sure you can land onto the table a second time under those credentials without Tails showing up. But when you hit the spring, you're going to want to hit the spring 12 times, I believe it is, which is also a 30-second rough portion. So each time I hit the spring, I'm going to be holding up until I hit the peak of my height, and then let go of up until I hit about the silver. You see that little black lining under the silver part? You can hold up there still, but I don't recommend always doing it that way, or doing it too early when you get down there. Don't be afraid if you're doing it too late, because what we're doing is we're trying to get Tails to the far end of the level in terms of like one of the three coordinates between X, Y, and Z. You want to get Tails up to that point to where you can, and then you'll just be flying to for the rest of it. So each time you're holding up, Tails is actually going forward without us actually seeing him. So what we're going to do here is we're going to hold up, let go, hold up, let go, hold up, let go, hold up, let go, until you get to 12. So I'm going to do this until around 158 because that was what the timer was. I don't remember how many bounces I was doing. Because if you end up accidentally holding it for too long, you're just going to land back onto the floor. I believe that was it. So now we're going to come over here. You're going to want to turn yourself perfectly parallel to where the lines on the floor are, just so you're actually going directly forward with it. So when you land onto the ground, I'm going to immediately turn right with my right trigger, just so the camera can be, like, rotate 190 degrees basically, so I can see what's ahead of me rather than what's beside me. All of this VOD is going to go onto YouTube. Don't worry, Nuggets. So now we're going to do this. We're going to land on here. What we're going to do is we're going to punch. We're going to jump. You're going to hear a fire junk setup. And as I'm doing all of this, I'm going to be rotating the camera so it's inverted of what direction I'm looking at, so I can see the pinball table. Now that I'm like this, you're going to want to punch diagonally onto the table. You have to make sure you're not too close to the pinball table when you're punching. Otherwise, Tails is going to show back up. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to punch. Now that I'm on the table, I'm going to switch to Tails. Do not switch to Tails before you touch the pinball table. If you do, you are going to suffer. And Tails will come right back here, and you got to do all this again. So now that I'm going to switch. Now that we're in the sky, we're going to wait for Tails and for Sonic and Knuckles to latch back onto Tails. Hold up this whole time until they show up. Okay, we got the other method. This is the more complicated method of the skip where Tails and Sonic are not going to be with me. This disables death planes, which is nice, so you can technically do a more risky method of this, but it also is going to be harder to see a lot of things that are happening near where the goal ring are. And I'm going to show a safe method on how you can avoid doing that. You're still going to get the same speed and distance of when this happens, but I'm glad this happened early so I can do this a second time afterwards so I can show you where to go. Now that Tails has Sonic and Knuckles with me, quote unquote, I'm going to be rotating the camera left. And I'm going to be turning it until I see a set of numbers. These numbers. This is the second row of the 2506 110 on 10 on the left. That's the second one. There was one earlier we saw, but I kept rotating. Keep rotating until those numbers are locked on to the far left of the screen, and keep that position for 30 seconds basically. Between when Sonic and Knuckles are latched back onto Knuckles, start counting into 30 seconds. So basically you'll look at your in-game time. I believe it was 2:09 when that happened. I'm going to wait until 2:39 and then I'm going to show what to do. Keep the numbers on the screen. You can have it like this where it's touching it, but just make sure they're on the screen because this is the exact movement and alignment where we need to be. Just keep holding up this whole time. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, now that it's at 39, we're going to rotate the camera a bit by just like tapping left a bit, kind of like this. You see how it's doing it? We're going to tap it a bit while still kind of maintaining the direction we're going. So like when I rotate left, I'm going to be moving my joystick counterclockwise a bit just so I can stay consistent of where I'm going. And we're going to eventually see the floor platform showing up. You see? Ooh, I did too many jumps. Okay. This is a factor what happens when you do two or so too many jumps. You're not going to make it to the table. So now we can reset. And I can show what you do with everything how it should be up to that point. Because pausing a rock made me kind of mess it up. So let me show you what it does where everything is going how it should be.
Here we go.
Bye, Tails. I assume Tails is not going to show back up. Oh, he does. Wow. So again, white line. Do this. Turn the camera. Wait for Sonic. Jump on. Do this. Try to get yourself to like around the second or third spring. Maybe even the first one on the left. For the whole time, it's going to be a lot better. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, now we're gonna move like this. Punch, rotate camera, jump, go this way, and then we're gonna switch to Tails. Your teammates get back on. You see that number there? I just passed it. The first set of numbers. You want to pass those ones, keep holding left until you see the second row. So I had Knuckles and Sonic latch on about 122, so I'm going to go until 152. It doesn't need to be a perfect 30 seconds. It's not like FR skip where you have to do an exact amount of seconds. Just around 30 seconds of when they latch back on. Now we're going to rotate the camera a bit, and I did it again. Wow, really? How many bounces is it? I thought it was 12. Maybe I'm doing something. I'm doing something wrong here. There's definitely a factor I'm overlooking. Let me do the count by 30 seconds strat, because it is what I usually tend to do more consistently. Oh, I said 152? I did. Okay, that was on me. I had too many things in my head. That was totally on me. For some reason, it went by a lot quicker.
Leave it to me. Here we go. Leave it to me.
Time is an illusion.
Got it.
See what happens? That can happen if you jump while rotating a bit too quick. Because that's a case of rotating before you... That's a case of rotating yourself before you move. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I should note also, landing back onto the white flooring is not that easy, so it could take you a few tries. Just be noted of that. It can't. You have to align yourself perfectly aligned with where the floor is. Don't wiggle. Never wiggle. You just have to get that right alignment, otherwise, and you also have to get the right amount of jump. Don't be afraid to use your whole jump. Okay, it's been 30 seconds, so I'm going to rotate now. You can see the stage. Keep going this direction so you don't hit a death plane. Then you're going to land around here. And when you do that, you can come down here, onto the bingo board. And you're at the goal ring. So let me try to show another example. If you have the power and flight mode. I'm probably not going to get power and flight mode doing this, but I'm just going to show what you do if you get that. I'm just going to kill Tails here because I don't trust Sonic to come back. Knuckles, what happened? Teammates. That was probably on me because I was moving around a lot when Knuckles probably got up to this section here and he just fell. That's probably on me.
Let's go.
Here we go. Go. Yeah. Got it. There they are.
Eggman's robot.
Leave them to me, Sonic. Here we go.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
Got it. Shit.
All right, 1.
Shit. Shit.
Did that way too early. I don't know why I held up that early, but that is a factor.
Shit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you for pushing me, by the way, Sonic. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sonic!
Leave it to me.
Sonic, you ruined it for me, buddy.
Let's go.
Got it.
Never actually had that kind of interaction with it. Don't expect that to happen very often. That is not something that happens very commonly, and in terms of how to lose it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Leave it to me.
This might be a bad one because of that stutter that Tails had, or that Knuckles had, but let's see. You can always tell if it's going to be kind of weird based off what the camera looks like for Tails, so if it looks like it rotated a bit, that might be bad then. So I'm probably going to die here, but meaning as in we're not going to see the stage. There probably is a way to around that, but I don't really know where Tails ends up to have that happen, so I have to look into that, honestly, because I am genuinely curious where Tails is ending up to make it where this probably won't work. But let me see. I know, I'm here. So, if for some reason you don't make it back to the state, you don't, if you don't have Tails and Knuckles back, what you would do is you have to try to align yourself. Where the hell is the stage? You want to try to align yourself up to this section up here. When you do that, what you're going to do is land on the far right tube, which in this case right now is the far left. And when you do that, I wish I could show this right now, but I fucking can't. You want to turn yourself hard right, just so you can avoid the camera trigger, because the camera trigger will happen when you're Knuckles. And another thing with that, oh, I should talk about the other pinball launch. That'll actually make good use here. So let me go. I'm going to talk about it again what I said in a minute. First, when we get to the end of the stage. Also, yes, Feather, that is a gamma icon. Yeah, that number makes no sense.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
Here we go. Got it. Yeah.
So before I get over there, actually, let me just show this off in general. So there's a thing we have on the console version called Power in Flight. And that's where when you have Tails and Sonic on your fists, or for Team Dark it would be Shadow and Rouge, if you hit X and A simultaneously,
Leave it to me.
You see how their aura is under their models? That's because right now the game is thinking that I am actually Tails, but I'm Knuckles right now. So, if you have that happen, what you can do is avoid death points. Might be wondering what the hell that has to do with the actual speedrun. We'll get to that when we get there. So let me go over to Bingo Highway, or the end of Bingo Highway, and I can show you what that does. When we were in, when we did the skip for the first time in Bingo Highway, that was the same state we were in, where the game thought I was Flight, even though I was just Knuckles.
We're spotted. Other robots will be gone.
Take this, take this.
Leave it to me.
Got it. Here we go. Got it.
Don't know what that was about, but
Here we go. Go. Got it. Level up. Here we go. There's bingo on the table.
Really?
Fun is just about to begin.
we can deload Sonic's hitbox there by going into Tails since he was farther back, and load those in. But first, let me get through this pinball section. Or the rest of the pinball sections, I should say. Also, when it comes to the flippers, you can semi clip through them if you press A on them before you touch it. So you'd be able to like hold yourself onto the side of it. So try to use that whenever you can.
Line up, side by side.
Yeah, I was actually going to talk about the pinball section at the end, funny enough. Because there is a nice little cheese strat for the last pinball section.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
Here we go. Go. Yeah. Got it.
Look at all those Eggman robots.
I'll take care of them. Go.
Leave it to me.
Here we go.
Oh, no. Leave it to me.
Here we go. Ready?
Leave it
Here
to
we
me.
go. Ready? Go.
Leave it to me.
Here we go. Yeah.
These doors are just like the ones in Mingo Highway or in Casino Park where you can roll through them, but it's not going to be very consistent. So just do the flight strat for it.
20 rings for each bingo. Perfect bingo adds 40 rings. That means the whole card is worth a total of 200 rings.
Also, small note, when you jump down the pinball table like that when flight mode, sometimes you'll clip through the floor. Just do a flight and you'll save yourself.
Bingo!
So this section, this is a section where if you're power formation here, which you can be, by the way, this would actually save you having to go through the rest of this section. But sometimes you can still clip through anyway and just turn. I don't really get the factor for that, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't as flight, so it's up to you. Technically, picking flight power is a better option for that section.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
Got it. Level up. Here we go. There's more. Got it.
That's the case for all teams, by the way. So when we get up here,
Got it.
we can actually skip this entire pinball section by just deloading the objects. Because what we're going to do is, we're going to do this, where we go in power flight, but we're going to keep Tails up here while Knuckles goes down into the tube. The entire time I'll be on the pinball section, it's worth noting, I never neutral stick. You're going to be holding a direction like this. You see my joystick? You're going to be holding it like this the entire time. If you ever neutral stick, you'll latch right back. The Tails up here, and you got to do it all over again. So we gotta have to get Tails to stay on the board while Knuckles goes onto the tubes. What we're gonna do is just do this. Usually, every time you do this, the flight and speed character are just gonna invert the direction of where you are, and you'll be able to just hold up like this. So now that we're on the tube, like I said, I'm gonna constantly hold the joystick, and this is gonna deload all the objects in this section. No rings, no tokens, no bumpers, nothing. So, easiest section I've always found for me here is after I jump off this ledge, I'm going to land on the side handlebar on the left here, right here. This is going to reset your gravity's like skew, so you're no longer going at an axis, because if you just jump down like this, you're probably gonna do a weird invert and you're gonna have a really tough time trying to get to the bottom. So what we're gonna do is here now, we're just gonna go down here. It's like, oh no, the area isn't gonna load, but if you rotate the camera a bit, the objects actually load, and there's everything. The reason that works is because the game does not know who you are, and it thinks that since you're flight, even though you're power, it gives you the object layout that the flight character currently has loaded. And since they're far back up there, they don't have any of these they don't have any of these objects load for them. So now when we get to here, if we go into the middle tube, the camera is going to mess us up royally. And the same thing can happen on the side ones, but we can go around it. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go on the tube, hold right, and then just turn around. Now when we get to this point, switch to knuckles. If you don't switch to knuckles and you neutral stick, you're going to have a bad time.
All right.
There you go. That's one of the more advanced skips for the game. Honestly, it's debatably harder than the flight jump, what's it called?
That was tight.
Than the pinball launch variant, depending on if you're good with timing and stuff. But that one can be really simple. So next, I already went through Rogue Canyon basically. I kind of went through Bold Station, but I'm going to go through it to get to the second half of the stage. Because I haven't actually talked about bobsleds much yet, and this stage is a good example to talk about them.
Creepy around here.
It's because we're getting closer to the center. I guess we're heading in the right direction. Here we go.
Also, this is another little tech thing you can do on here, is landing on these little guardrails. You can just jump onto them and do a little kick. Small little things, but it's nice. Also, this rail, if you hold up and then try to rail switch as if there's a rail there, you actually just go upwards, you can get up here. Now, earlier when I talked about an Ocean Palace where you can switch to flight and you can go up a platform and with your flight deteriorating immediately while you still get the speed, same case can actually be done on some of these rails when you're rail switching. So if I just switch to flight here and then just double tap A, I'll be in flight mode and I'll be landing right back on the floor immediately. Like that. This platform, you could either destroy it by just punching or by just doing a fire dunk roll. I find the fire dunk setup a little bit easier for it. We're gonna glide down here. So this skip, you need to be at the very right area or section to actually get the best height. Nice.
Leave it to me.
Thanks, team. So the best area would be about here. You're gonna jump here. Oh, I missed. That's what happens when you pause everything.
Leave it to me.
You're gonna hold up.
Let's go.
You need to know how much your flight gauge actually is, so you can actually land onto this rail. So these boosters, you need to land directly before them rather than on them, because if you're in flight mode and you hit them, you'll sometimes just go flying down. Let me see if I can replicate it. Yeah, when you get this, when you get it, it's the worst thing ever. It's based off where the hitbox is on the booster. It's usually on the second and first one. There we go. See? And you're just gonna fall like this, and you hate your life. So yeah, try to avoid that at all costs. The speed rings too? Yes.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
But those ones act kind of differently because you can actually Thundershoot to get it to work right. Technically you can do that for those, but it's not the same at all. For this little section, you can do a kick with enough speed, and you'll be able to make it all the way over here. I don't recommend beginners do that skip. It's kind of risky. For these buttons, you can just Rocket Accel and you hit all three at once. And like I said before, to get into the cannon safely and fast as flight, just jump and Thundershoot and do it. That's all you gotta do. Whew, stream's already been 3 hours. Oh, time flies. Now when you get to the end of the cannon, just hold left. And your flight can reset there, so you can actually save yourself. Alright, so for this jump, you're going to want to switch to flight after you hit the boost pad, and I'm just going to hold top left with my notch on my GameCube, and then I'm just going to press A. Then I'm going to, after I jump off, I'm going to rotate the camera to go directly center to where the bottom flooring is there on the bottom left. And that's how you can make it all the way down here. Alright, now with light dashes, some of them can be really scary. Because, let me show examples of what can happen if you fuck up a light dash sometimes. Actually, I don't know how to properly show an example of how messing up a light dash should work. But, wait a minute, can you just... Cool game. Anyways, with light dashes that are off platforms, I always recommend doing an air dash accel if you're not confident in them, and then press B. It's kind of like how in SA2, if you are over a ledge and you have your aura around you, you want to do it like a jump and cancel before you touch the light dash so you don't bounce with Sonic. It's pretty much the same case like here, where you could end up accidentally doing a tornado or something. And it also just lets you mash B like a madman. So bobsleds in this game are kind of interesting. Not really. But basically for bobsleds, just stay on the sharp corners as you can. And that's kind of it. I mean, bobsleds don't do a whole lot in this game, but as long as you don't lose your teammates, you should pretty much always be fine. Holding up does make you go faster, of course, so there's that. And of course, the character you go into the bobsled as will not only get the level up that you went into as, but you'll also be that character descending. So if you're in this section, I recommend going into it as Tails, so you can actually fly just in case. And now this section here, you know how back in Real Canyon I was talking about that weird little bug you can have where you go in the sky? It also works here. And this is actually where it could be useful if you don't want to do the door clip here, because the door clip here is one of the most ruthless ones in the stage. In both Real Canyon and honestly a lot of other stages in general. You go all the way up in the sky like this, and you can just fly up and land in. You know, without dying. But you got my point I was doing. There is another method you can actually get to make it into that room, which is a lot quicker, but it's the more time-wasting one if you miss it. So let me show that off now. It's basically what introduces ultra glides, which aren't actually in the console version of the game. Also, what's up, Jay? You can actually rotate the camera here so you can see where you're going. You just hold left and you can actually see that part. Don't rotate it there though, otherwise this can happen. Nauseating. Anyways. So to get this one, you need to get a lot of speed onto the rail. You need to jump at the right time. And if you do it right, you can actually get the speed to make it all the way up there. This is one of the tougher ones. And sometimes you don't get enough distance for it. But this is another method to actually make it in. The other method, of course, is the door clip. Luckily, this door is kind of like the last one, the one I showed you from the beginning, where you can door clip, where it has the little lining. Same thing, you just have to align yourself at that point, and then switch to tails. That's all you gotta do. This door is actually really frustrating for a lot of people, myself included sometimes. Because sometimes it just does not like to work. We call it the door of shame, because it's actually really hard to, or sometimes you just don't want to do the other strats and they don't work and you're forced to do with this one. And B, it's just a really tough door. Now, this section on Xbox is actually interesting. That's unique from the other versions of the game, because if you go into this cannon as flight, and then you hold up when you get to Eggman's face, you actually land all the way over to the goal ring. Kind of weird.
All right.
A bit tough.
Now, Frog Forest kind of has a lot of basic movement that we've already shown off. I don't think there's anything unique in it I really need to mention, besides the Bop Boost, which we'll get to eventually. But overall, yeah, I feel like I don't really need to talk about Frog Forest much, because it's kind of already a stage where we've done everything. Where there's no gimmicks with it or anything. There's nothing weird with it. Lost Jungle, though, does have a bit of things that I want to go talk about. So let's go into that.
You sure it's safe around here?
Let's go. Let's go.
I mostly want to talk about the second half of the level, so I just got to run over there.
Frog kills Flynn.
Here we go. Level up.
Oh yeah, one other thing with this section. Just run. There's two things you can do with this section. One, hold on. One, you can just hit the spring. Just run up and hit the spring. Two, you can try to do a jump early. Sometimes you can do a tornado to save yourself and land on the floor. The thing you don't want to do is constantly kick. If you constantly kick and make it to that spring normally, you're probably just going to fall through.
There's that black frog again.
Is there a reason as to why there's difference between PC and console? Different, they have different builds completely. And they used artifacts from older versions of the game whilst trying to make it a newer one. So it kind of goes all around. It kind of goes back and forth between what's newer and what's older.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
These fruit can be weird, but I mean, you're able to just do this without having to actually homing attack onto them.
Let's go. Here we go. Leave it to me.
Level up.
Those are Eggman's robots.
Remember what I said before, that if you if you try to jump off the loop at a certain time, you sometimes won't see your aura there. Just remember that you're gonna have to go into flight immediately, just to make sure that you don't take the loop speed and transfer it onto the floor, because that will kill you most likely.
Leave it to me. Let's go. Let's go.
Would I ever hack a Wii U to play Heroes? Not really. I have no reason to.
Leave it. Let's go.
Got it.
I mean, I have a hacked Wii U, and it can play Sonic Heroes, but I have no reason to play specifically on that version.
Got it. Got it.
This is another area we can do a light dash, Accel. But if you have the vine, though, that's gonna happen. There actually is a new skip here where you can do a glide to the side to skip this section. I have not actually learned that yet, so I can't exactly explain it yet. But that's another advanced skip you can do.
Leave it to me. Let's go. There's that boulder again.
Should we use it?
So this section, I want to talk about the laser. We actually have a new strat for this laser. Before, we used to have to do the power formation fire dunk setup to get Sonic to clip through the laser whilst having to also kill this egg hammer. But if you have level 1 Sonic, you can just clip right through like that. Or if you have level 0 Tails, you can just clip through immediately. A lot more effective than our old strat we have to do, because it was actually a lot more frustrating back then. So I recommend doing that if you can. For this section, when you get to this point, just hit A or B to jump off the flower. Hold up. Then go up and switch to power and then flight. Jump, and you can make it up here.
There's that black frog again.
Leave it. Let's go. Yay. Yay.
Depending on how you jump or where you jump, you can sometimes have weird effects like this, where you just don't go the right direction. Also, of course, avoid the jellyfish.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
We'll go up here. And this section is kind of pretty self-explanatory. You can glide down, and of course, make it down here. Feel free to hit left so you can land, so you can see your camera better. And the alligator section. Again, alligator section, kind of self-explanatory. Just keep hitting the vines at the right time. Do it off of visual cue rather than a sound cue or a timing cue. They're all inconsistent for each other, so don't try to go off of a timing cue at all. And that's Lost Jungle. Easy stage. Now, Hang Castle, there's only one real thing I want to talk about with this stage specifically, and it's the teleportation orbs. Actually, no, there is one thing I want to talk about here for LTS that I'm going to go for to show, because this stage has a neat little skip you can do on LTS where you can actually skip a big section without having to do all of it. I don't know how to explain that without more layman's terms, but also one thing with these orbs, if you jump into them, you can actually keep a homing attack or air dash while you are falling, which is actually really useful because you can get your speed back immediately. Also, after this loop, after you do a kick here, you can switch to flight. Two things can happen. Either you don't have tails, and it's fine, or Knuckles will latch on about halfway or higher. Sometimes you can land light here, and you'll be able to it'll be faster, but most of the time, it's going to be a pretty bad effect. Now, I haven't talked about these doors yet. These doors are kind of interesting. This is the one you mainly want to do the roll strat for. The flight strat still works perfectly fine, but for doing the roll strat, it's very simple. It seems a lot harder on paper than it looks, but it's actually incredibly simple once you know what you're doing. Because the flight strat can still work, but it seems to be more inconsistent even if you know the right timing. Like that. You kind of have to go later than other doors, I feel. But for this one, you can just jump, then you'll air dash, and then just do a roll. Oops.
Leave it to me.
Here we go.
So when you make it through, try not to get hit by enemies, of course.
To me.
Here we go.
Then you just go around here, get a double Rocket Accel. Try to do your jump at the right time, at the very peak of the stairs, before you actually hit the bottom. And this is another section where you want to use the power to flight rather than just going straight to flight. Because if you don't do that,
Here we go.
you're going to get a really awkward effect where... God damn it, team.
Leave it to me.
Go. Ready? Go.
You also get more height out of it, I feel.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
The hell was that? Anyways.
Leave it to me.
Here we go. Go.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
It could still work, but it's a lot more risky because a lot of times power will latch back on and you don't want to have to deal with that.
Leave it to me.
So for this section, if you want to do the LTS skip, but you don't really get how it works, this is all you do. This works for all 4 teams, by the way. It's not needed on all 4 teams, but it's what you can do. Just Thundershoot both your characters away from you, and then just hit the orb. When you do that, hold A, turn right, let the camera adjust itself, and then just go this way. Hold A this entire time. What this does is it gives you a very slow movement, but you can actually clip through this section because there's not actual collision here, and you can go all the way to where the tower is before the light dash, where you go in a circle. This is actually the LTS strat we use where we don't do the bop boost in the stage, and it saves a good few seconds. Not a whole lot of time, but it's very effective, and it's very, very simple. Let's destroy these enemies.
We're turning upside down again.
We're back to normal now.
Also, when it comes to light dashes like this one, if you want to descend quicker, after the light dash is about to end, or right before the light dash is about to end, either neutral stick and or just hold downwards. That'll make you descend a lot quicker when rings go up like this.
All right.
Like that.
Got it. Take this. Got it.
Leave it to me.
Eggman's got some serious problems. Look at that statue.
Sonic, look.
Okay, so these poles.
Here we go.
These poles, you can tornado onto them, but they are very wonky. The reason for that is because since they're upside down, their hitbox is very off. I believe it's on the right side of them is where they normally have the hitbox. Left side, god damn it.
No.
It's actually not even based off left or right, it's actually between its forward or behind. Let me try it again.
Let's go. Yay. Yay.
This skip kind of bugs me because it takes a while to get all the way down there.
What's going on?
But honestly, I don't advise doing the tornado strat for the poles unless you have level 3 Sonic, where you can simply just homing attack it. Which honestly, when you're in this stage, chances are you're not even really gonna have level 3 Sonic. So don't really bother. You might as well just hit the token. But let me see if I can show it off when you actually get it right.
Here we go. Got it.
We're turning upside down again.
We're back to normal now. All right. Got it. Got it. Eggman's got some serious problems. Look at that statue.
Sonic, look. There's a target switch.
So that either goes 2 ways. One. Yeah, see the hitbox on it is like not even really near the pole. I'm pretty sure it's actually a little bit forward of where I tornadoed, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel like trying it again. Is there anything else on the stage that we need to show off? Not really. Yeah, I'd say that's about it for this stage. Okay, now Mystic Ruin. Mystic Mansion, you fucking idiot. That's Robot Storm. God damn it.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna go through bosses afterwards, by the way. Don't think I'm not skipping the bosses. They all have their own things and quirks. I'm just going through stages first. Because every stage is gonna vary based on the team, so since every boss is pretty much the same for everybody, excluding character fights and the Robot Storm variants, they're pretty much always the same.
Let's blast through with Sonic.
Actually, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, so give me 1 second.
What a castle.
I wonder what's next.
Feels like Halloween with all these ghosts.
I wonder who lives here. What are we gonna do?
Quite a haunted house.
Alright. So Mystic Mansion is actually going to show off a very simple thing of tech, but it's also very useful. And that's going to be cage clipping. Cage clipping is actually possible in all types of cages, but it's the most useful one in this stage. And we'll see why at the end of the level.
Something may happen if this switch is triggered.
Hey, use
There actually is, you actually can clip through this laser,
To me.
but I don't advise doing it
Let's go.
because that is not very easy. What we're doing is basically setting up what's basically a Bop Boost, and I know we haven't gone through Bop Boost yet, but we'll get to it later. You just Thundershoot there, and then you're gonna jump before the laser actually latches back to Sonic, and then you'll usually end up actually going across the other side. It's kind of weird, but it works. And one nice thing about this, depending on the version you're playing, which
try going down.
I think it's just the GameCube version or the base Xbox version, this section does not have collision. So you can actually clip pretty easily through it. So as a result of that, what we can do is get a Rocket Accel and just clip right through. Not having to do with the bottom section.
Jump now.
That works and is there for all 4 teams. Technically it's there for Chaotix, but it's harder to do because it's such a weird like positioning. Because they have to deal with the fans. This stage I like to get you want to try to get level 3 Knuckles. You don't have to get it ASAP, but you want to get it. Also, get the left orb here for Sonic. It's got a vary based off team, mind you. I'll get to that later.
You surprised me. Got it.
My brain was too used to super hard mode there, where you have to destroy the enemies.
Leave it to me.
Alright, so this door clip is kind of weird.
Finding a switch.
It's another roll one, but you can do it on either end of the door. You have to roll, like rotating the like rotating yourself with the door. I don't really get how this one's roll strat works. I kind of don't really do it that way. I just do the flight strat because it always works for me. But for the roll strat, I can't even really get it. It's kind of like when you're doing the other door strats, except it's like diagonally into it. But it's kind of weird, so... You have to get the roll before you touch the door. Yeah. Again, this door clip's kind of weird when you do the roll strat. Some people can do it really consistently, some people can't. It's kind of a feel thing. You can just you could have used the team blast earlier when you were at the 4-phase fight or 4-enemy fight. I like to use it here though, just because if you have level 3 knuckles, you can just clip phase through them anyway. Bobsleds in this area, by the way, are pretty much 100% consistent in terms of speed, as long as you don't take damage. So you can just jump constantly if you want. Doesn't really make a difference. And I never mentioned this earlier, but it's probably obvious that... Oh my god. How far back are they? Okay. Anyways, like I was saying, it's probably obvious because SA2 does the same thing, but where you're turning is in your joystick, the sharper the turn is, the more you want to hold that direction, of course, because that does actually play a big factor for a lot of the rails. Alright, we're getting to the end of the stage. And this is what I wanted to show off here. First, when you get down here, hold the left and right buttons down all the way so your camera can reset to be to behind you like this. Then when we go down here, we're going to immediately kick out the door and then try to land on the trail of rings that are out there, because the whole trail of rings is actually not present, but most of it is on the on halfway point. So we're just going to do this. If you miss it like that, that's fine. Sometimes you don't get the kick. Otherwise, you got to do this. Sometimes the light dash won't immediately come out, so we're just going to use tornado storage here. Okay, air dash cancel there, and we're going to light dash. Alright, so this cage. There's two different things we can do. I'm going to show off the dummy ring strat. To get the dummy ring strat, you have to have your teammates. You want to be power, then switch to flight, jump immediately, shoot your teammates out. Is it? No, wait, is it? No, I think it's speed. Which character is it? I actually forget now. I haven't done this strat in a while. Should be power. Having a brain moment, hold on. Alright, so basically what you want to do is switch from speed to flight, shoot your characters by jumping and thundershooting. You want to mash B for it. I'm probably doing something wrong right now, but this is basically the dumbed down version of it. Switch from one character to flight, then go to jump, get to the peak of your jump, thundershoot your characters, and eventually dummy ring bombs can come out, but I have not been doing this for a while, so I screwed it up, but whatever. Anyways, so when you have the dummy ring bombs, you want to be like around this section, like you see where the black floor is? You want to be about here or here on these two portions of it. Be directly in front of the cage, and then just shoot the dummy rings. Now, you have to make sure your teammates are not latching back. When you touch the ground as tails, you want to turn right as, you want to turn and shoot your dummy ring bombs right as you touch the ground. Because if you don't do it right, they're just gonna keep coming back too early. This can actually be pretty annoying for some people. It's annoying for me as well, so don't worry. But once you get the dummy ring bombs out, you're just gonna keep punching this. Or you just punch it once. 2 ways to do it. The other way to do it, I probably shouldn't have shown that first actually, is I'm gonna basically just show it like, no, I have to reset the stage actually because I do need the enemy. If you find the dummy ring bomb method isn't good for you, there is another method you can do for it. I'm probably gonna have to do the stage twice actually in order to get to it, but it's alright. Actually, I can just skip a checkpoint just so I can get to the halfway point a lot easier. Also, another reason why you don't want to do this clip out method very much is because sometimes Sonic will lock on to the actually, I think you need level 0 tails for this, don't you? Oh no, you can do it without it. There we go. Again, not the preferred method to do that clip out, or to do a clip out for there. You honestly might as well just show the enemies, it's a lot safer. Just punch spam, that's all you gotta do. Also, one thing to note for Knuckles, try to avoid being level 1 as much as you can. Like, try to get level 2 immediately, or just don't even try to get a level as Knuckles. Because level 1 Knuckles can be really annoying to deal with. Because of how weak his punch actually is for the attack, and he's more vulnerable out of it. So try to avoid level 1 Knuckles. I'm not gonna go through much of Team Dark for this guide, by the way, because most of what we're doing is the same thing for Team Dark, with a few exceptions with some enemy placements or skips. But I am gonna try to get to Team Rose and Chaotix soon. I'm still gonna go through a few things for Dark just because they do have some different things to go through and talk about. Nah, it's not that. It's just, there's a lot of what I've gone through is the same thing for Team Dark, so I don't really feel the need to repeat a lot of what I've done. Also, I need to remember to skip this checkpoint so I can go back afterwards. That's a fast way to kill those enemies, by the way. Do a punch into the enemy, and you can just set up a triple punch down. Yeah, I ate my jump again. Alright, so the other method for this is quite literally just this. This is the less consistent method, but it works. Technically, the easier method with this still involves dummy ring bombs, but you only have to throw one pair of them. And then you could be able to clip through. I don't want to do it because I still want to show off the other example. Whoa. That was weird. Anyways, it actually involves going into the power section, going around the enemy like this, having him walk into the orb, and then just let him just do a spin attack, punch in, and you can clip through.
No problem. Piece of cake.
Really simple stuff. Now, those strats, the first strat I had shown off doesn't involve a level 3 knuckles. The second strat I did kinda does, but the last one kind of needs at least 2, I believe. You could still do it as level 1 and 0, but it's very tough. Okay, so Egg Fleet. Nothing I really need to show off for Egg Fleet at this point, because like Egg Fleet and Final Fortress are kind of just general movement stages. Just do everything at the right movement. Watch a run, you'll see what movement you need. Final Fortress, kind of also the same thing. Big on the rail switching mechanic, as I mentioned earlier, that you need to make sure when to switch and how to switch. Other than that, it's kind of all the same thing. So, we've gone through all the stages now, technically. But there's one skip I've shown a few times that I have not talked about much. Bop Boosting. Bop Boosting is this game's hell. This is a skip that basically what it does is when you're in flight mode, when you stun the speed character, but you try to touch the ground as it happens, or you're on the ground as it happens, the game will think that the speed character is still on between you and the power character when you're in flight mode, whilst still on the ground. As a result, every time you try to fly, it wants the flight character to touch where the speed character is. And if you don't actually latch onto him, or if you go under him, if there is a wall between you, you will go a bit distance away, like this. It's important to know why or how the bop boosts are done to get them every time. For Team Sonic, it is the easiest method. All you gotta do, just walk over in front of him, like, try to aim about, that's too much. You want to aim, basically, tap right once, like this, and you'll basically just want to touch his face. You don't even really need to be too close to him. He'll pretty much always have his hitbox touch you. Because the hitbox is a lot thicker, like, you could see the hitbox like this. Like, the hitbox is very wide for enemies. So all you have to do is just touch it. You don't have to move for Team Sonic. You just have to touch it. And then Sonic will stun to the ground. When Sonic gets stunned like this, double tap A and make sure your second A is being held rather than, like, just tapping it. And when you do that, hold... when you're in the position like this, hold the top right, so we'll be able to fall off the stage. Because when you fall off the stage, when Tails gets below Sonic, that's when you want to go into flight mode. Like this. Like that. And now we're all the way out here. Up to this point, you're gonna have to see the stage from this, like this. Sometimes you'll overshoot, sometimes you'll undershoot. You just really gotta maneuver it. Sometimes there's a timing you can do. Don't be afraid to Thundershoot halfway through, because that will make you stop at your dead point as to where the current flight character is. And it will let you get through. If you ever see the speed character take damage but he's still in flight form, that usually means that you touched the ground before the speed character got to get stunned. It's usually a case of you're too close to the center of the enemy, or you're too far away from him. Or it could just be his hitbox is in a weird position, and you're just like in his vertex point. It's kind of weird to explain, but usually it's just a case of you flew too close to him, or you moved when you were flying. Flying into him when you're moving is a big one, like that. Like that tends to be a big point as to why people don't get the flight or don't get the speed character stunned. And I should note, of course, since I haven't actually noted it yet, the farther the speed character and flight character are when the flight character goes into flight mode is going to change. It's going to change how far you're going to go, because the entire length of when you fly away is dependent on the amount of the amount of vulnerability flames the speed character has until he recovers. So we have to wait. We have the entire time while the speed character is on the ground for us to fly away. And the farther we are from the enemy, the even more distance we'll get. Each bop boost varies based on what you have to do. I'm not going to go through every bop boost in this tutorial, because usually there's a case that there is a tutorial for that specific bop boost. Deku has made a lot of those tutorials for us, and I could definitely advise watching those. But I'm going to try to go through some of the basic ones. So that was the Rail Canyon one. The next one I'm going to show is Hang Castle. I'm going to also show the bop boosts for the other 3 teams, because they do vary for each one. Team Chaotix only uses 2 different stages with bop boost, and that being Frog Forest and Rail Canyon. Now, when it comes to bop boosting, you don't overthink it, basically. That's a big thing with it. Also, and remember which team you're doing it with, because not every team has the same movement needed, even the other 3 teams.
We're turning upside down. We're back to normal now. Yeah, leave it to me. Here we go. Level up. Go. Yeah, got it. Leave it to me. Let's go. Wing. Wing. Here we go. Let's go. Got it. Level up. Got it. The castle is flipped upside down. Got it. Got it. Leave it to me.
So for this bop boost, we're going to run down here, get to these enemies. We're going to just jump on top of him, go into flight, jump, hold flight, and we're going to go into the center here, do A, and we're going to end up all the way down here. I didn't actually show this part off, but it's going to be synonymous with Team Dark. Just kick. Just kick. That's all you gotta do. There is a rhythmical method of doing it to go a lot faster, but it's kind of just pretty much just kick the whole time. And that's Hang Castle's skip for it. I'm gonna show off Bullet Station Bop Boost, but I'm not gonna be able to go in full detail as to what you do for it. I'm gonna explain what I can for Bullet Station. It's not an easy one. In fact, it is debatably one of the hardest bop boosts, at least for Team Sonic.
Let's blast through with Sonic Speed.
Okay.
All right.
And yeah, I forgot to mention that bop boosts are not possible on PC. Speed characters on PC never get stunned, so as a result, you can never have bop boost be done. Note that speed characters not being stunned actually makes team fights on PC significantly harder than on console. But I'm going to get to that when I can. For this bop boost, what I like to do is kick over here, go behind the enemy, have the enemy go directly in front so we can push him, and try to get rid of this one when you can. So this enemy now is at his farthest point he can be, because they have a triagonal position of where they can actually go. And when you get him to the farthest point over here, you're just going to go into flight mode, and Sonic's going to fall off behind me. You can't actually see it right now, but he's going to fall off the ledge behind. I'm going to hold A here. Tails is actually going to ricochet a lot quicker than he normally would, and I'm going to aim to where the center of the arrows are on the paths while falling off on the left side in order to get to that point. You don't want to run off directly like vertically to where the floor ends, because you want to be under Sonic by that point.
Let's go.
And that was a bop boost that was way too late. You know how I said the you have the length between when the character is stunned? This is the biggest factor for that. It also is the biggest factor for how far you are from the speed character. Is going to vary how far you're going to be in general. But that isn't as big a factor as how long you're in the flight mode. This one is incredibly tough, like I've said. Don't expect to do this one for your first few runs. You are not going to get it, likely.
Let's go. Let's go.
There is a timing for it you can do with pause buffering. See, that was overshot, and now I'm all the way over here. You got to know the right timing. There's a few frames. I think it's 5 or 6 frames you have to actually properly get to the right area. Well, like I said, it is not easy in the slightest.
Here we go. Got it. To me.
Oh, whoops. If you ever have the robot mess up and he he ended up waking up too early, just feel free to run back here and reset it.
Leave it to me. Here we go. Leave it to me.
You want to be a set distance away from his trigger to where he'll wake up. That's basically why we're doing what we do.
Let's go. 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 Let's go.
Yeah, I don't want to show off until I get it, because it's actually really tough and I haven't done it in a long time. And it's one of the skips that you have to keep practicing whenever you want to get back into runs to make sure you can get it in a run. Because if you don't do it for a while, you're going to be stuck there for a bit. Alright, so now I'm going to show off Team Dark's version of the bop boosts. Team Dark, Team Rose, and Team Chaotix have faintly similar methods of how you set up the bop boosts, in the sense that you have to fly into the enemy because the power character is so large. You can't just fall onto the enemy like Team Sonic. They're too big. You have to actually get a set distance so that when you're flying, you're not just going vertically, yet you're going diagonally so the speed character can go into the circle of the hitbox.
Move the control stick left or right and press the A button to jump from rail to rail. Annihilate him.
That was a very close spike ball.
Annihilate.
That rhino from that section that I jumped off from can actually hit you from that far away if you're jumping in the right area at the right time. It's actually really interesting how it managed to get exactly there.
Annihilate. Straight for that terminal. Annihilate.
I'm gonna destroy this enemy.
Annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
I'll take it from here. I'll take it from here. Whoa.
So for Team Dark and other characters, you have to fly into them. You can't just stay on top of them, you have to fly into them like this. Even if you take damage as flight, you're still getting the Bop Boost Smith state. And it's worth noting, to make sure you can get this more consistently, get the power character stunned first by just flying on top. and then running into them. The reason we do that is because the power character, it needs to have his iframes as active, so the speed character can actually get hit. Because if you stun the power character, they're going to be the ones falling off, and you can't actually get the speed character to get stunned. That is going to be the case for all three teams that I have. I'm showing off, where you have to make sure that you stun the power character first. Because let me show you what happens if you don't do that. It's still possible, mind you, but most of the time it's going to blow up in your face. Like how I say that, and then I can't actually show it off what happens when you do it without it. Usually what the case is actually is that the power character gets stunned alongside the speed character, and so all that's left is Rouge, which is why she gets stunned, or why she takes damage. Also, when you do it that way, Rouge actually gets to have their speed. So, yeah, it's kind of necessary, because whenever you're going in the Bop Boost form, depending on the floor you're on and how you set up the Bop Boost, if you hold flight to go up, the flight character will just zip past. Or sometimes, if you're just holding flight anyway, they'll just latch onto the speed character without going anywhere. That's kind of everything I can go over with Bop Boosts, honestly. Each one varies between teams. Team Dark, Rose, and Chaotix kind of all have the same form of setting up the Bop Boost. It's a matter of just stunning the power character and then running in. But that's basically that. So now I'm going to talk about power in-flight formation. This is a glitch where Big and or Vector can fly for infinity, thanks to their Bellyflop canceling. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna be Big here, and right before I am about to run off the edge, actually, I'm gonna hit A. And then hold up so I can actually get off the regular path, and then I'm going to immediately belly flop, and then I'm going to belly flop cancel it. So what I'm going to be doing here is like this. Let me do it again because I was way too... I wanted to show the plate alignment of where you have to jump off, but I also messed it up because I was pausing. Jump. And now we're like this. To get Big to do this, you just look at my joint, look at my inputs. B, BA, B, BA, B, BA. And now, to get your gravity to be proper, because sometimes, as you saw in the beginning there, like I was kind of going upwards rather than actually going horizontally. To get him to have the proper gravity, the longer you're in the flying mode, like this mode technically, the longer you're in this mode, the less frames you have to, how do I explain this? The longer you're in this mode, the more likely you're going to be fixing your position. So if I'm upside down right now, all right, and I keep going this way, if I end up staying in this mode for too long, eventually it's gonna fix myself and I'll be like this again. But if you do it for every, if you cut down a few more frames every time, eventually you're gonna just be completely horizontal like this. And so as a result, if you have the right position, you can just power flight all the way to the end of the stage. And I'm going to show what that looks like here. Oh, I had jumped there too early, and when you do that there, you'll end up actually changing the position that Big was going. Because you're actually touching the handlebar. This is kind of the risky part, where it's like at that position. Now, when you're going downwards like this, you can actually be in this position for a while before gravity decides to reset. But when you're like this, you want to have like a rhythmical movement as for resetting your belly flop. Otherwise, you're just gonna fall. And that's how that one works. So there is another strat for Team Rose's belly flop canceling, or belly power and flight formation, that I'm going to be showing off in Lost Jungle. It's actually the outdated method of it, but I haven't actually learned the new method. So with what I have to do, I have to use my chin, actually. Yeah. You ever seen a speedrun stat where you got to use your goddamn chin? Well, welcome to Sonic Heroes. So the reason I have to use my chin is because I have to move myself in a certain position with the camera. I'm using the C stick, so it's staying active in a corner. So I'll be able to see where I'm going, but my fingers don't have the right setup for that. This is actually an easier method for me. Of course, there is better methods for it, so we're just going to fly behind the stage. We're going to have Rouge and... Not Rouge, what? Actually, do we even need them on you? I forget. I haven't done this in a while. Yeah, you do. We're gonna get up here. Nope. This one isn't that easy. Well, actually, it is pretty easy, but I haven't done it in a while, so I suck. I almost don't want to show this one off just because it's embarrassing. I actually forget where you jump off here. It's been a while. Pretend I got it like that. Yep. You actually want to avoid this invisible hitbox here. You see? Like this. Think I might be aiming too low. I should be fine. You want to still hold the C-stick even when you land. Make sure you're holding it until you land because the camera will still reset. There is a method to do that with your hand rather than your chin, but my hands don't work that way. So that's how you do it for Lost Jungle. Team Chaotix for Power Plant for Frog Force is the same method as Team Rose's, except you're just extending it until you get to the far back of the stage. Are there any other big things I could show off that are needed? Are there any little things I can show off? Oh yeah, one thing I want to show off. I actually forgot to talk about this earlier. there's a thing with flight where you can get a lot of speed and while still making it onto a platform very carefully. Not very carefully, but like, how do I explain this? You can land onto a platform while thundershooting with the flight character barely touching the ground. And what that does is it extends the speed the character from the Thundershoot gets onto you. And you'll see what I mean when I get there to show it off. There's a specific section I want to show it off in because I tend to get it pretty consistently there. So like this type of thing. Oh, hold on, let me get rid of these enemies so I can show it off. When they're at a certain axis with a flight character, sometimes they'll do this. Oh man, I was too low. Awkward. To do the spring kicks, yes, you just hit B right before you touch the spring. My characters got stunned. Let me try to get this now. It's not 100% consistent depending on where you're doing it, but it also depends on... There we go, like that. You can get it a lot faster than that, but there are times when if you are under the right credentials and you thundershoot onto a ledge like that, when you switch that character you thundershoot it as, you can get a lot of speed out of it. And it's really interesting the way it does it. Also, Team Dark's rock section, I believe, is faintly different than Team Sonic's, so I'm going to go ahead and show that off real quick. I wanted to do the cool strap, but then I hit the spring, the bash pad. You can make it all the way over here. Actually, no, you need the speed shoes. What am I saying? You can make it all the way over there with a glide. I should have done the bop boost to get up there earlier, but whatever. That's actually one spring you don't want to do the beast strat on, because you can mess up. So let me see if I can get the bad strat here. Let me try again. Usually it's a case of just kicking at the wrong time. But now I can't get it hard. I can't get it the hard way.
Why don't we try it there?
I love not being able to like do something wrong. There we go. If you kick at a bad time, you'll just take damage like that. Sometimes you'll do it going through the loop, and it's the worst thing ever.
Now there's two rocks.
Things just got a little more interesting.
Okay. So, I think I can go to bosses now. I'm gonna go through bosses now.
Let's blast through with Sonic Speed.
Most bosses are kind of all the same, but I'm gonna try to go through each one I can in every order, just to try to make it all unique. So for Egg Hawk, when we get to the start, we're just gonna immediately hold the right trigger, and we're just gonna go straight to the far left box and do a kick. And just do a double Rocket Accel because your teammates will always be with you. When you get up to this point, switch to power and punch and get onto this section. You don't really need to be any farther than behind the gray line here, because it's just not necessary. You'd be going too far if you do that. So when you get to this point, jump and land into him, and then just try to homing it or try to fire dunk into him. And you want to aim for specifically the beak. Not so much the beak, but like where Eggman is directly. Because the faster, or the more you get to the dead center of where he is specifically, the more damage you're going to do. I find that like getting right in front of him, where the beak is, like right behind the yellow part of the beak, basically, where you're trying to aim. You can't directly see where you're going to be fire dunking, of course, but basically around that vicinity is where you want to aim to get the best damage for him. For Team Rose and Team Chaotix, pretty much the same thing, but instead of doing a double Rocket Accel, you're going to do a power. You're going to do what's it called? A ground pound Accel. Also, what's up, Sanman? I actually don't like to kick into it for Team Rose. I just like to roll. I just like to jump into it. For Team Rose, you can kind of just use Big's giant hitbox and just wave into him onto the by holding onto the eye, and you'll pretty much kill him pretty quick anyway. Team Chaotix can technically do it like that, but it doesn't really work out, so pretty much just do the other strat.
That was a huge birdie.
Now we're going to talk about team fights. So team fights are kind of weird in this game. Big shocker. So each fight has its own unique method of how to kill the other team pretty quickly. For Team Sonic, the easiest method, honestly, switch to flight and just Thundershoot spam. Not even kidding. Just keep mashing B like this. Sometimes Big will invert his position, which at that point, if that happens, you just have to turn the other way and just keep Thundershooting that method, or that direction. Team Rose is kind of one of the easier teams in these fights. Now, again, note that this is a different method than the PC version. Since the PC version, the speed character doesn't get stunned, you have to deal with them a lot more and hope that the speed character can somehow find a way to fall off. There are methods for it, for falling off. Excuse me, on PC. I don't know why I went to Grand Metro. But it's not easy. The fights on PC are kind of just like prey. Not even kidding. So let me leave here. I don't know why I went here. Yo, what's up, Nixer? Thank you for the raid, buddy. No, I just went into Sonic. Ah! Thank you for the raid, Nixer. So now If I can get to Team Dark, I can show... So, mind you, when it comes to the team fights, by the way, if I'm fighting Team Rose or I'm fighting Team Sonic, it's gonna be the same method both ways. Just Thundershoot spam until they're dead. For Team Dark and Team Chaotix, their method is just walking to the right. I'm serious. You just walk to the right and jump and flight. That's it. And I'll show you what you mean. When the fight starts, I'm gonna switch to flight by going from power to flight, and then hold the far right the whole time. And eventually, after about a second and a half, I'm gonna go into flight mode. Okay, why is the camera messed up? When the camera messes up like that, you have to redo it. I mean, you can still make it, but it's a really awkward position.
Let us get the dog.
I'll find Eggman's treasure.
I think I did that too early.
Alright, then let's do it!
Here we go. Step back. Let us get the doctor first.
And they'll usually jump off with you.
Alright, then let's do it!
Here we go. Step back. Let us get the doctor first.
I'll find...
You don't want to go into flight mode until you can hear Team Chaotix or Team Dark jumping. That's the thing.
Here we go. Step back. Let us get the doctor first.
I think. Or is it before? I'm trying to remember now.
Alright, then let's do it!
It should be before, actually.
Here we go. Step back. Let us get the doctor first.
For Team Chaotix, it's a lot more frustrating, I would say. Because they do like to just do ninja star throws or something.
Let us get the doctor first.
Like that.
I'll find Eggman's treasure.
But if it doesn't work and you have to just do a failsafe, you can just lock them into a corner and just do what you would do with the other teams. And just Thundershoot spam. Team fights can be a bitch. Like, if things go wrong, they can go pretty wrong. But when you get it right, it's just a pace of just going right.
Here we go. Step back. Let us get the doctor first.
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
Eggman is mine. Get out of our way.
One nice thing about this level layout is that you can actually just continuously tornado onto the boxes because of the way your tornado immediately comes out when you hit a box. Now for Chaotix, this fight's a lot easier. It's the same exact method of just going right, but Shadow is a lot more cooperative to actually jump off.
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
There's been a misunderstanding, but I doubt if they'll listen to us.
Come on, guys, I just gave you kudos.
Whatever the reason, if they want to fight,
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
there's been a misunderstanding, but I doubt if they'll listen to us.
They did a weird AI movement there, actually. Usually they don't punch immediately. That's weird. Also, it's important to know that if you're going to do Thundershoot spam, make sure they don't have any rings on them. Otherwise, you're just going to stay in place.
There's been a misunderstanding, but I doubt if they'll listen to us.
Okay, yeah, Team Dark is acting very odd for some reason.
Whatever the reason,
Guys, you're making me look bad. Omega said the funny!
Annihilation.
Okay, now they're not wanting to do the funny.
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
there's been a misunderstanding, but I doubt if they'll listen to us.
Yeah, they're moving way too late for some reason.
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
Wonder what's up with this.
There's been a misunderstanding, but I doubt if they'll listen to us.
Alright, then let's do it.
I might be going into flight mode way too late.
Beginner's luck.
It's probably a case of I'm going in way too late.
I'll find Eggman's treasure first.
There's been a
Yeah, they just started off jumping. Their AI is being very odd for some reason. I don't know. Anyways, normally that's not what that happens, but whatever. Maybe it's because I'm playing on a regular GameCube right now rather than Wii? I don't know. Because I know the AI changes between regions. On PAL version, you can just sit there for Team Sonic and Team Rose and they'll just jump off anyway. It's actually really funny. It's optimal. So, for team fights, these fights are kind of RNG heavy. And they're going to vary within each team. Deku has already made a tutorial for these fights. So I'm just going to give a more watered down version that doesn't always, that kind of just like gets to the point. Each phase has its own unique set that you want to do optimally. For the first two phases, for Sonic for instance, you're just going to homing attack them. You want to try to get level 2 Tails in this fight first. And then afterwards, you want to try to get level 2 Knuckles. Right now, this is bad RNG. This is actually really bad RNG. Try to get all the enemies to get knocked down at once when you get at least level 1 Tails there. For this phase, wait for them to spawn, go make a tornado in the center, and then just Thundershoot everything. Now I should have at least level 2 Knuckles by now, so this is signifying I have really bad RNG right now. Now I have level 3. Funny how nature do that. With that one, you want to stand in the center for the gold turtle to actually take damage. Otherwise, it's not going to do it. Again, most of this fight is reliant on just knowing the enemy patterns and going and doing fire dunks and knowing whether or not to do fire dunks or do Thundershoots. That's all that fight really comes down to for all teams. Again, Deku has made a tutorial for that. I will be able to link that when I upload this to YouTube and alongside other tutorials he's made. So be sure to see those. And for Egg Albatross is going to be the next fight we're going to talk about. It's a fight. It varies for each team in terms of how stupid it can be. I'll say that much. For Team Sonic, it's not that bad. You kind of just do punch spam.
Ready all cannons! Open fire!
So for the beginning, you're gonna do a light dash accel. And then when you get all the way over here, you're going to switch back to Knuckles. You're going to want to punch at the very front of the ship. And you know how I said you want to just like mash B rather than just like tap it at a certain rhythmical value? This fight is exactly a reason why. Because when you are punching like that, you're pretty much always invincible. And doing that gives you a lot better punch and power to the boss itself. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back a bit. So rubber band the boss to come back over to us. Then we're going to run back over. Going to punch a bit. You can actually do two things here. You can just keep punching it. Try to get in the center of it if you're going to punch it constantly. Like go right in front of it so you can do this. Come on. And then when it gets past, try to do fire dunks into it. Oh, come on, dude. One. And then when you get to the hawk portion, give them a bit distance. Make sure you dodge the missiles. Sometimes his AI will be a bit higher than it's meant to be when you destroy the body. So try to stay away from the sides, because if that happens, there's a good chance he's going to shoot you or he's going to run into you, and that's going to kill you. So try to stay away from the edges. Try to be as center as you can. I'm going to show off all 4 teams for this fight because they are all different. So for Team Dark, you gotta honestly, if you don't want to die, you gotta play this fight safe on Dark because Omega has vulnerability frames after he, after he punches, and when he has those frames, usually you'll probably be inside the boss, and that's just gonna immediately make you fall. So once again, red on rubber band. Go inside. This is a more exaggerated example as to why you should, what's it called? As to why you should mash for punching rather than rhythmical. Also, I misinterpreted which fight I was on. It's Team Rose and Team Chaotix you want to be careful with vulnerability frames. For Team Dark, they still have them, but it's not as bad. Usually, if you don't want him to go high in the air, easiest advice I can give: try to stay away from the next section of the level, where it has the rails, because he usually ascends at that point. So you want to get defeat the first 2 phases before you get up there. And again, if you get desperate, you can just fire dunk the tail, and it tends to work most of the time. But you really want to aim for the body instead. The body will do more damage if you fire dunk that. Each phase can be really risky, so to make sure things don't go bad, just try to stay away from farther away into this section. That's the best way I can explain for that. Now for Team Rose, it can be easy and also be the worst thing ever. Because Big's hitbox likes to, like, I don't know how to explain it. Big's hitbox will do a lot of damage when you're doing a ground attack, but it's also extremely vulnerable. Now, I'll try to explain this the best I can when I get to it.
Ready all cannons! Open fire!
This is it.
This one I would recommend just doing a Rocket Accel rather than a power. This phase can be scary. It honestly, it's not RNG, but it's also, you really need to pay attention as to where the second phase is going in terms of like left and right. Because if he goes too far left or too far right and you're inside the body at the front, he's gonna make you knock off. It doesn't matter what position you're looking, you're always gonna fall the opposite direction and you're gonna fall off. So be very, very careful with that.
I have to find Froggy.
I'm gonna do that fight a second time just to show it another, because this fight can vary a lot for Team Rose.
We're up. You can count on me.
Okay, here we go.
cannons! Open fire!
This is
So once again, Rocket Accel. Go to the front. For this phase, you can go in front of it, but it's very, you're playing some cards if you go right in front of it. He likes to rubber band, or he likes to bait you by going to the left, or think he's gonna go to the right, but he ends up going to the left. So stay to the right side of it, because if you go to the left side, let me show you what happens. Don't go to the left side on the second phase.
this is it. Ready?
He'll always push himself to the left side like that. So when you do that, chances are you're going to fall right through. That wasn't the way I wanted to do it, but I'm going to do it again.
This is it. Ready? Here we go.
This fight is actually acting different than I was expecting it to go. There we go.
We've done it.
Oh, I see why. He's technically going left and right, depending on when you actually, defeat the first phase.
Ready?
So now he's gonna rubber band. He's gonna come left. If you stay on the left side, he's gonna keep going left. You see how he's just waving even more to the left? You don't want to get baited. And sometimes if you're too far right, same thing, vice versa. You want to attack the body with big, like you want to press B before you actually get to the section, because when big is actually taking out his rod, haha, funny. There is a bit more. There's a bit less leeway to actually do any damage. This boss really likes to bait you. So you really need to be careful with how you actually attack it. Personally, for me, I like to do the second phase with fire dunks, just because I find it safer, and I'll show that off. Because mind you, while Fire Donkey isn't going to do as much damage, you're higher in the air, so it gives you a lot more like leeway to actually avoid any damage.
You'll pay for this!
Woohoo!
And now for Chaotix, they're pretty much the same as Rose, but it's kind of different with this because the way Vector attacks rather than how Big does it, and I'll show you in a second. He's actually more vulnerable than Big. That's the thing. So let me show that off.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's go.
Also, what's up, Luna?
Ready all cannons! Open fire!
Looks pretty tough. Are we ready? I can't wait.
Now the reason as to why Vector is a lot more vulnerable than Big is because he has a lot less frames for his animation for attacking. I don't recommend charging up yourself with Vector by going in front of the ship before you have before you have Charmy and SP in your mouth, because chances are you're just going to take damage from that. because when you put them in your mouth, you're gonna be vulnerable like right after. So unless you immediately attack again, which is, I don't even think is going to give you enough frames anyway, you're almost always going to take damage. So like that, you're going to want to put them in your mouth before you actually start touching it. And if you need to reset him again by running back, don't be afraid to. It's going to be a lot safer than just keep going forward and letting him go high in the air and taking damage in the third phase. You actually need to accommodate what's going to happen in the third phase. Because the farther you are in the stage, he's going to be higher up. You don't want that to happen.
That'll shut him up for a while.
Now I'm going to show off Team 2. They are funny. It's actually not that bad. Team Dark and Team Sonic is pretty much what we did with Team Rose and Team Sonic, where you kind of just Thundershoot spam. There is an alternative method though, and I'll be showing that for what's it called? For Team Rose and Team Chaotix, because they are able to do that strat.
What was with that hedgehog that looked like my twin?
Annihilation.
The best way to greet those you haven't seen in a while. All right.
And that's all that fight is. Really simple. Just go into flight and mash the B button.
If only we had more time.
I recommend mashing B and A simultaneously, just because doing a flight jumps constantly does give you invulnerability frames. At least a little. Now for Team Chaotix and Team Rose, they are a little bit different. So if you had saw when I was fighting Team Dark as Team Chaotix, you probably noticed that there were some wave effects when the fight reset. That is because a lot of your actions do carry over when the fight resets. So we can use that to our advantage. If you get to a certain point, if you try to do this, and you do a ground pound, if you reset the stage right before you touch the ground, I missed. You have to do it in the right position.
Here we go. There's gotta be a major misunderstanding here, but we can't back down
Like I said, this isn't the easiest method, but I mean, believe me when I say it can be a lot easier. But let me... I forgot the position specifically, but you gotta aim to where Amy is on the map.
There's gotta be a major misunderstanding here, but we can't back down now.
Fuck. I'm playing like trash right now because I haven't done this in like a year, so bear with me here. Why am I not getting it? I feel like I'm actually doing it pretty decently.
There's gotta be a major misunderstanding here, but we can't back.
There we go.
Roger.
Is there a way to make them suicide in half a second, or is that PC only? You can make them suicide half a second, but they, the speed character might still live because they just get backed up a bit and it's not far enough for them to fall off. That strat still works on PC, but it's probably going to leave them still vulnerable or still invulnerable. So you just need to think about that. You just need to worry about that afterwards. Same strat still works for Team Rose, so I'll show the other version of it. It actually works a little different for Team Rose, but, I mean, it's still the same concept in the end.
There's gotta be a major misunderstanding here, but But we can't back down now. There's gotta be a major misunderstanding here. But we can't back down now.
We won't lose to a bunch of losers like you. Sorry, but there's no time.
Alright, I'm gonna skip Robot Storm because it's the same concept as how I said for Robot Carnival. You just gotta... For those fights, I can't really show it on paper. It's honestly just a case of watching a run to see what phases they do, what attacks, and just go with it. That's kind of the best I could describe Robot Storm. Just like Robot Carnival, it's the same thing. So I'm just gonna go ahead and skip that one. Now, Egg Emperor, this fight is very cheesable. You've probably seen it before if you don't run the game. You can just Thundershoot them to death. The reason this works is because when you're level 2 flight, you are always trying to lock on to whatever is currently a target near you. And since Egg Emperor is moving, it just keeps trying to chase it. So what you gotta do, I probably should actually explain this. You want to aim for the flight level ups. So at the beginning, just go ahead and Rocket Accel, or get a light dash in. Aim for around this section. Make sure the flight character is in the center there. That's what you want to do. You want the flight character to be in the center so they can hit the dash hoop to get the next level up here, like this. Now that they got it, you're gonna hold left and just punch in the center because Eggman might charge at you, and you want to punch at the right timing. Just punch spam just so to make sure that you don't take damage because you will be invincible when that happens. Okay, he didn't punch. So what you gotta do here now is, when Egg Emperor is above you, you're gonna want to shoot both your characters at like immediately. It's kind of harder to get properly when he doesn't charge at you. But if you have to wait it out and just do this, there's no shame in it. But I didn't get to shoot the other one because it ate my input, goddammit. That's one thing to note with this game. The game might eat your inputs a lot. And Tails messed me up. So letting that above you, go to the side, and then just Thundershoot him. Sometimes their teammates aren't going to lock onto him. It's whatever. But when they lock onto him, try to keep your teammates on him. Like, see where they're moving in the back there, and try to keep them to stay locked in. Because that is going to play a factor. Because when Eggman is moving around a lot, it's not going to keep them staying on the target.
Impossible! No!
Now I'm going to do the fight with Dark so I can show all variants since the level layout is different for each of them.
You're finished, Eggman. I'm counting on you guys.
Affirmative.
For Team Dark, it's going to have jets coming at you. You kind of have to just avoid them. I can't really make it sound any stupider than that, but you want to get the double Rocket Accel. Like that. That was on me. Let me do that again. For this double Rocket Accel, you don't really need to wiggle, you just need to hold B button for a bit. Also, at the start of it, you're gonna want to like, avoid the light dash, basically.
Real evil is. This is it. Let's go.
Alright, that was one way to die.
Evil is. This is it. Let's go.
Affirmative.
I keep messing it up myself.
Real evil is.
It's all me. Like, this is all human error.
Annihilate.
I just want to get him to charge.
Annihilate.
I was in flight mode, but okay.
What real evil is. This is it. Let's go. I'll show you what real evil is.
Team Dark's form of this fight can actually be a bitch, so
This is it.
Affirmative.
there we go. Once he charges, just do a simple punch once, and that's all you gotta do.
Give 'em all you got.
Now to face real evil. Dr. Eggman.
It's not over yet, troublesome fools. I am the ultimate.
That's Team Dark's.
Had enough yet?
Eggman's robots must be eliminated.
I'm actually finishing up soon. I'm gonna do the Team Rose and Team Chaotix and probably be done.
Thanks for the treasure, Doc. We're up. You can count.
If there's anything extra anybody needs to know or ask about, feel free to ask because I will probably be finishing up in a minute. And like I said, this is going to be on YouTube, so if you need any extra help for certain parts, I'll be sure to have it all there. For Team Rose, you want to make sure you don't do a hammer twirl. Trying to get before Eggman can be really frustrating for Rose, so don't push too hard for it if you can't get it. It's better to just take the safe route sometimes.
We're almost there.
I'll show you what real evil is.
And for those on YouTube, be sure to ask in the comments if you need anything. I'll be sure to put that in the description as well. I'll still be answering questions. Let him pass. I haven't done this fight in a while, so pardon my bad.
Let's give it all we've got.
This fight can actually go two different ways at the beginning. You could do a... I swear to God, my inputs are doing other... My controller feels weird right now, actually. You can either do a Bellyflop cancel, or you can do, what's it called? A double Rocket Accel.
Okay, go, see.
We're almost there.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like my controller is being a little drunk right now, because I know I'm not hitting the inputs it's showing.
Hang on.
I won't go down that easy.
That's Team Rose.
Impossible.
It kind of gets to the point where this fight's kind of self-explanatory. You just have to wiggle yourself a bit to make sure that they stay on. And when Egg Emperor charges at you, just hit B at the right time, so your invulnerability frames cake through.
Dr. Eggman, please stop being bad.
Lastly, Chaotix.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's go.
This fight's kind of like an in-between between Rose and Sonic. Kind of like the same setup.
I'll show you what real evil is. This must be the final.
Oh, missed it. Yeah, my controller feels like it's being delayed a lot lately. Don't know what's up now. Oh well. Whoa! Alright, that was actually a new one for me.
I'll show you what real evil is.
Alrighty, that was funny. I don't remember this fight being as complicated for me last time I played. Last few years I played, even. I have enough time.
Nothing personal, just serving up justice. It's not over yet, troublesome fools.
Haha, I did the speedrun strat. Or the task strat. If you die, right before he dies, you die, but you win anyway.
I won't go down that easy.
And that is Chaotix's. And I'd say that is about everything for this game. In terms of all the tech, anyway. I don't think I overlooked anything. Most of all, the important little things that are useful were at the very beginning of the stream. So if you missed anything from the stream, feel free to watch the VOD and look at all the little nitty-bitties from that. But besides that, I think I covered just about everything for this game in terms of all its type of tech, all its movement, all its strats, for the most part anyway. And I'd say that is about all. So thank you all for watching,